Doctor, would you raise your right hand, please, to be sworn? Do you
Yes,
solemnly swear the testimony you should give in this cause will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Cannot see Dr. Habermann.
I can see you well. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can now. I'm going to get some new machines here and they're not completely set up. All right. Would you state and spell your full name?
Ralf Christian Habermann.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed by Vanderbilt University Medical Center as well as the VA.
As well as the
Veterans Administration.
Yes, sir. And for the, what do you do for the Veterans Administration?
I practice there. I run the JHPII clinic, that's the Geriatric Primary Care Clinic, as well as that I'm the medical director of the home-based primary care program.
Yes, sir. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 1 to your deposition. Which is a version of your CV that we pulled off your website or the Vanderbilt website.
I need to get a little closer.
Sir?
See. It's my picture.
Yes, sir. That's your CV. Is that right?
That's not my full CV. That is just the whatever their it's from Vanderbilt itself, you know, from our division, the bio.
And
It's
this
not-
is that. I'm sorry. Say again, please.
It's not the full CV, you know,
All right.
not
And
all
this
the
is,
publications, all the things, but that's me. Yes, a little older picture.
that's all right. And this has your publications here on the.
Looks like it, yeah.
And
I might have a few more.
all right. I don't see on your CV any employment as a medical director of a hospice.
Yeah, that is not my CV. That is a bio which Vanderbilt put on their website.
Yes, sir. And are you the medical director of a hospice?
Yes, I'm the medical director of the Kindred Hospice, now again Gentiva Hospice in Nashville.
Yes, sir. And this has your publications?
Some of them.
Yes, sir. You given a deposition before?
Yeah,
Have you ever worked with opposing counsel in other cases?
I think I with one or two cases.
With which lawyers?
Miss Felicia,
Felicia?
yeah,
And how many cases have you worked with her in the past?
I think two cases, but I don't know what they were about anymore.
All right. You understand your deposition is a public document?
I guess so.
Yes, sir. And your opinions will be public knowledge?
Yeah, my opinions, yes.
Well, and your deposition, your video may be uploaded to YouTube.
That sounds not very smart and good, but because there will be HIPAA protected details in that, or patients' names or opinions, which might be not. So I wouldn't have thought to put something like that on YouTube, but I don't know what people are watching.
All right. And your deposition may be shared with your specialty boards. You're aware of that?
No, but they can look at it, no problem.
Yes, sir. And those include, I believe, you're board certified in geriatric medicine. Is that right?
Yes.
and also in
I'm board certified in internal medicine. I'm
Yes,
board
sir.
certified in geriatric medicine, and I'm board certified in hospice and palliative care.
Okay. Can also be shared with your colleagues at the Veterans Administration.
I beg your pardon?
Your deposition is a public document, and it can also be shared with your colleagues at the Veterans Administration, what you call the VA.
Who would share that? For me, that sounds a little threatening now. So I don't understand it. I have given some depositions, but nobody ever mentioned that. I have also not heard from anybody putting a deposition on YouTube or sharing it, but I have no problem since I'm telling the truth and nothing but the truth, people can look at that.
All right.
But I don't know if I think it's ethical, but that's a different story.
Yes, sir. It can also be shared with your colleagues at Vanderbilt.
Yeah, I don't agree with anything, but what you are doing is your thing,
Yes, sir.
But,
You don't have to agree. It's a public document, and I'm just you weren't aware before today that it's public and it can be shared.
yeah, if it's public, it's public.
Yes, sir. It could also be shared with residents and fellows you teach. You're aware of that?
Nah, if it's shared with the public, they're part of the public. So
Can be shared with other lawyers on both sides to decide your usefulness in future cases as well. Were you aware of that before today?
no, but I don't care. I just say my opinion, and if they find it useful or not is their thing, not mine.
I didn't see any articles in your CV or the one on the Vanderbilt site that dealt with hospice employees convicted of elder abuse of a hospice patient.
I don't think there are many articles about that, and I haven't heard about scientific studies about it. No, I haven't.
Yes, sir. Do you have any experience with a someone employed by a hospice that was convicted of attempted murder of a patient?
No,
Do you have any experience with a hospice employee that was convicted of elder abuse of a patient?
no, not that I know about. They're screening before, and the people, wouldn't go through the screening, or the people would be let go. Normally, nobody would hire somebody who has a conviction like that.
Yes, sir. And you wouldn't hire anyone like that, right?
No, but I cannot see you anymore. I see myself now twice. I don't know if that's on purpose or not.
Oh, I'm no Zoom expert, and I'm not.
I neither.
I'm not messing with the Zoom. Can you see me now?
No, but can you see me?
Yes, sir, I can. If you go up to the upper right corner of your screen, you can go to view, and you can either view speaker, which is going to be us probably most of the time. You can also use gallery view so that you can see everyone all the time. Upper right.
No, I think mine is on the bottom somewhere, but maybe not. Cancel. No.
If you move your
I have
cursor
it.
up toward the upper right.
Oh, this is
it says
cool. I have
view.
the gallery view now. I see you all.
All right. Is that better?
Yeah, it was just weird to see yourself, big. But then I see what my residents will see. That's okay.
All right. So I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 2 to your deposition. Did you review this document before your deposition here today?
No, I don't think so. I got some stuff off a trial, but I didn't review that in detail. No.
So this is did you read the Georgia Bureau of his investigation, the GBI's report on this case?
I don't think so, but I don't know. This has been so long there, I don't recall.
You weren't provided with that?
I truly don't know. Let me look this,
Right.
but sent me. I'm just.
This is exhibit 2, right, Madam Court Reporter? Yes.
I don't think that I have a Georgia. I don't think that I have that.
All right. This is,
Still would know that.
yeah, this
probably.
is, go ahead. You just let me know when you're ready.
Let me see. I have one other thing there. I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Take your time.
I'm just going through. There were so many depositions, and they said they sent me a GBI file. Yeah, that was a trial. That was a huge, huge thing. I did not go into that.
All right. So you have,
Some trial transcripts, but I have to admit I did not read them.
okay. Well, I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 2 to your deposition, and this is one of the defendants, Miss Bonner's criminal history.
Mhm.
And it reads, Bonner was arrested in Georgia 36 times between 1982 and 2000. You don't remember reading that before today?
No.
Between 1982 and 2000, Bonner was arrested for deposit account bad checks 32 times.
Okay.
In 1985, Bonner was arrested for theft by taking, as well as criminal trespass and terroristic threats. You've not seen that before today, right?
No, I heard about that. There were things. I saw that with the trial thing, but I did not look at the details. So I don't know those details. Was she convicted about those things?
Yes. I'm not answering questions, but I'm asking them.
Yeah, I just know that arrest and conviction is not the same.
Yes, sir. All right. Did you see her conviction of elder abuse?
Yeah, I saw that there was a trial. Yes.
Well, a trial and a conviction of elder abuse. You saw that, right?
Yeah.
And she was also convicted of attempted murder. You saw that as well?
Yeah, that's I saw. Yeah.
All right. And it goes on to read, in 1994, Bonner was arrested for financial transaction card fraud. You see that as well?
No, tell it to me now. I see it now. Yeah. Okay.
And would you employ someone with this criminal history as your office manager?
Objection to form. You can answer.
I wouldn't employ somebody who had convictions, felony convictions. If it were an arrest but not going to it, I don't know. It would depend on the details, and I would ask my lawyers, but no. I wouldn't want to be unfair to somebody. That's the only reason. But I wouldn't, if somebody is convicted, I wouldn't hire them.
Yes, sir. Have you employed any physicians that have lied under oath?
Not to my knowledge.
Yes, sir. You understand that lying under oath is a felony?
Objection to form calls from a legal conclusion from a lay witness. You can answer.
Man.
Yeah, I don't know
Join.
if it's a felony or not. I just know lying is wrong, and then the rest would be up to the judges and attorneys to decide.
Yes, sir. Well, you also understand that physicians can have their license revoked for felony convictions? You aware?
Objection to form calls for legal conclusion. You can answer.
Yeah, there is a board of medical
Join.
licensure, and people's licenses can be removed or, you know, if, particularly with impairment or things like that, can be revoked, or restrictions can be put on that. Yes, and I know about physicians who have gotten that. I not, but and some of them become later good physicians or turn around again, but they need to go through a program. Most of them I had to deal with when I was on, we had them on, I was an insurance company board, so to speak, where we looked at it and several people had, you know, convictions and then or license impairments, and while they have some, they couldn't work for that. And then it would depend on how they have done afterwards.
Yes, sir. You're aware that Dr. Shiver lied under oath about his qualifications?
No.
Object to
Objection to
form,
form calls for
misstates testimony.
speculation.
Oh, wow.
Objection to form calls for speculation. You may answer.
No, no, I'm not aware that he lied under oath. What was wrong? Was it a misunderstanding or was it a lie? I don't know.
Show you what's been marked as, previously marked as Exhibit 3 to your deposition. Did you review this document before your deposition?
What is this? Is that the is it Dr. Shiver's deposition, or what is this?
This is a portion of Dr. Shiver's trial testimony.
No, I did not. As I said before, I did not look at that.
Yes, sir. And this was in February of 2019. Can you read this all right?
Yes. Oh, are you board certified in family practice?
And do you see his answer?
I need to make it a little small. Yes, sir.
Right. And
To both.
yes, sir. And you read his deposition, right?
Yes.
And you read where he admitted that he was not board certified when he answered that question.
Yeah, and see, I mean, with the boards, it's all times the thing. Was he initially board certified or not? But and then after a while you lapse, you know, if you don't fulfill the repeat requirements to take another set of boards or tests in between. And
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. You seen this document before?
no, I haven't seen that. And what does it say? Family medicine not certified, certification history. So he was board certified from 1985 on.
I'd like to object to foundation.
What I'd like for you to do is listen to my question as best you can.
No, I'm just, you asked me to look at it, and so I'm just reading that.
The question
and
was
they-
whether you've seen it before. That was the question.
No, no.
This is the verification for Dr. Shiver's board certification.
Objection.
It's also an
foundation.
exhibit to, could you hear me all right?
I hear you.
It's also an exhibit to his deposition. You read his deposition, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then you saw this document where it read that his current status is, do you see that all right? Not certified.
Yeah, can you go, it says current status. That doesn't mean if somebody wasn't board certified or not. Can you go back to that on the top where the history was? Further? Yeah, stop there. Let me just look. Okay, so he was certified from 85 to 2015, and in between 93, he was not certified. Yeah, I see that. Yeah. So he must not have repeated boards, looks like.
2019 comes after 2015.
Yeah.
2019, he was in an open courtroom with a judge on the bench and a prosecutor asked him under oath, he'd been sworn in, whether he was board certified. You saw what he testified to, right? He testified that he was.
Objective form, lack of foundation.
You may answer.
No, I saw what he showed me, and I have seen that, but this could be also somebody not paying complete attention to the details of the boards are running out, but he was a board certified physician, and now he would be a board eligible again, you know.
Do you see where this reads not certified?
I'm saying he's
I'd
still.
like for you to answer my question, then you can explain your answer. Do you see where that reads not certified? You see the not part right here?
Yes, I said that before. Yeah.
All right. The not certified means he's not board certified. Is that right?
That he is at that.
Objection asked and answered.
You
You
may
can
answer.
answer again.
It says that at that point in time, when the request was done, he was not certified.
The last he was certified was December 31, 2015, right? You
On
see
that, I don't know. I don't know where he's now. I don't know if he ever. I don't. But yeah,
You see, well, if you read his deposition and you read the exhibits, you read this, and he testified this was true. Do you recall that?
Objection calls for speculation. You may answer.
for me, it sounded that he thought he was board certified. Yes.
He had not been board certified since December 31st, 2015.
Same
Right.
language.
Whenever that was put down, yes, but it is all time. So
Sir, you're going to have to answer my question. Objection, move to strike is non-responsive. You can explain your answer. All right?
yeah, I'm just explaining my answer. I said, yes, you are correct.
All right.
He's certified at that moment, but a lot of physicians, once they have taken the first time their boards, they feel they have the knowledge and have achieved everything that they're board certified. And there are a lot of different politics about board certification. The Kentucky senator, for instance, made his own board up because he was not happy with the regular boards. So there are different issues about board certification. And then it depends on the needs of your local hospital practice and insurance company, if you need to repeat the board certifications, or you can stay off the boards. You're still a family practitioner. So there are different things. But at that time, I agree with you, he was not board certified.
And he swore under oath in a courtroom that he was.
Yeah.
Objection
Objective
calls for
form.
speculation.
The answer.
I don't want to be a politician or something, but yes, he was at one time in his life board certified, not at that moment.
Right. And you're working awfully hard to make Dr. Shivers lying about his medical qualifications as a physician all right. It sounds like you want to say it's okay. Is that what you're trying to say?
Oh, I'm not.
Objection
Objective
to form,
form. That's not a statement.
argumentative.
You may
I-
answer.
I'm not trying to justify anything, just try to explain how some people think about things and how the boards sometimes run out. But the board certification is also not necessarily qualification or quality of your practice. Actually, you have a medical license, you don't need any more boards. Just to make that clear. If somebody is a good or bad physician is not explained by having retaken the boards or not. However, overall, if the people are board certified, they have done more classes, and so it's a quality marker.
So in your view, it's all right to lie about your qualifications as a physician?
Objection,
form.
argumentative,
When it's
misstates
your board
earlier
certification,
testimony.
it's all right to lie about it, right?
No,
Same objection.
just
It's all right to lie if your boards have lapsed and you used to be
No.
board certified 5 years ago. It's okay to say you are today. Is that right?
Object to
Objection,
form.
argumentative,
You may
no,
answer.
no, it is not okay to lie anytime, in particular not oath. But I just want to say, explain that has nothing to do necessarily with the qualification as a physician, if one has recent reports or not, but you should not lie about that. I agree with that.
Have you ever lied about your qualifications as a physician?
No,
object to form,
Have you ever had a physician, if you were his or her patient, would you appreciate that physician lying to you about his or her qualifications?
Object to form.
You may answer.
no, I would not, but my quality evaluation has we done the board or not.
As a medical director, would you employ a physician that lied to you about his qualifications?
object
No.
to
Object to
form,
form.
Why not?
I would hire board retake.
I'm sorry, but
Somebody
is the
turn
witness,
yeah, somebody needs to turn the mute on. Yeah,
Yeah,
thank you. Yeah.
it's garbling his audio. I'm sorry.
So,
I'm sorry.
sorry, I would hire a physician who has had board certification several times and then let it lapse and doesn't want to do it again if it's a high quality physician and I know the qualifications of him. However, if I interview somebody and he says he lies to me to my face, I would not hire him or her.
Right. Well, a physician gets a certification update at least every year, right? You get them.
No, my boards run 10 years.
Yeah.
Licenses every 2 or 3 years. Same way DEA.
All right. And when you get those, do you read them?
If I make sure that I don't forget to run out of it, but sometimes with COVID now, a lot of people run out of their stuff or people get sick and cannot do it in the timely manner. But we don't get letters anymore. They're saving money or whatever, at least here in Tennessee, if a board would be running out or something like that. The medical license we get, and now it's electronically. You need a medical license to practice, but you don't need the board to practice. At Vanderbilt, you need it, but that's a different story. But I know a lot of people whose boards lapsed without them realizing it, until credentialing said, hey, doc, you don't have your boards anymore. Because
Have you ever spoken to doc? Go ahead. Were you finished?
Because we don't get a reminder of that. And then you need to sign up in time to repeat the test. I just took 3 weeks ago my repeat test in hospice and palliative care. That was like 10 hours. And I'd forgotten that I was signed up for it. I had actually signed up a year ago and just forgot about it. And I got an email, hey, you need to be at the testing center next Monday. And okay. And then
the strike is non-responsive. I'll show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 5. This is an excerpt from Dr. Shriver's deposition. Do you remember reading this?
I need to see it first. I don't remember. I have read literally thousands of pages of depositions, so I don't remember every detail, but please tell me what it is.
On page 17, Dr. Shiver says, I've been board certified, passed my certifications things 4 or 5 times. Yes, sir. And currently I'm a member of the American Academy of Family Practice. I don't think my board certification is current.
Okay. That looks like a good answer.
Page 18, line 19, and according to the ABFM, that's American Board of Family Medicine,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Verification, you haven't been board certified since December 2015. Isn't that true? That's what it appears to be. Yes. And that's true, right? Right. So when you were board certified, said you were board certified a moment ago, that was untrue. Is that right? Well, actually, I guess that's semantics. I've been board certified. I don't have current certification status. And you can see there, it looks like there's 4 times that I was certified in family practice. I'm still currently a member of the American Academy of Family Practice. Yes, sir. But you're not board certified. Is that right? Not since December 31st, 2015. You remember reading that?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. You're not board certified in any specialty. Is that right? No. You're not, you're where he's not board certified in anything, right?
Yeah. And it has nothing to do with the quality of his practice. The initial board certification is extremely important. That shows the training and the knowledge. In the old times, actually, he must have just been at close to the end of it. People got once board certified and had never to do it again. And then the boards changed that, and you have to pay a couple of $1,000s every 10 years and to sit for the tests. So there is really some controversy within the medical community about the need of repeat board certification. I personally think it makes sense to do it.
It makes sense to do what?
To take the boards.
Yes, sir. And to tell the truth about your qualifications as a physician.
Object to form, asked and answered.
You may answer.
Yes, you always need to tell the truth, but it is not the qualification as a physician. That's what I want to say. That's what I tried to make clear before. If somebody is a good or bad physician has nothing to, particularly after long practice, has nothing to do with their board certification.
Well,
but
board certification can have something to do with your quality of practice, can't it?
It can, but it doesn't have to.
Yes, sir. But it certainly can. Right?
Yes, if you go to a plastic surgeon who is board certified, that's much better. If he has done it for 20 years and he was board certified and he lets it lapse, and he's the best surgeon in the region, I still would go to him or her. So the initial board certification is of extreme importance. Afterwards, it's a little different.
Are you trying to make what Dr. Shiver did when he lied about his qualifications all right again?
Object to
Objection.
form.
Objection asked and answered.
I'm telling you the status of the idea of boards within medical communities.
Yes, sir. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 7 to your deposition. Have you seen this document before?
I need to see it first. Sorry.
That's all right.
It hasn't shown up so far.
You have, you bill Medicare and Medicaid for your, you bill Medicare and Medicaid for your work?
Vanderbilt does, yeah.
And you agree it's important to be truthful when you bill the government to pay for patient care you perform?
Yes,
Objection.
definitely.
In fact, if you don't, it's a crime, right?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion. You may answer.
Answer.
Join.
I don't know if it's a crime, but it can be fraud or abuse depending on what happens.
Yes, sir. And physicians have gone to prison for it. You're aware of that.
Or if they cheat on Medicare, yeah.
That's, they go to prison because it's a crime to do that, right?
Objection calls for legal conclusion. You may answer.
Yes, and again, there are different areas. Sometimes there are honest mistakes, totally
Right.
honest mistakes and technicalities. And then there are people who just lie and do it, don't see the patient, you know, have nothing to do with and bill for it. That's a different, that is really bad crime. Other people might get a slap on their hands and have to pay hefty fines. You know, it depends on, but some people go to prison if they do real bad things. Yeah, and rightly so.
Yeah, you're aware that Dr. Shiver never laid eyes on Shirley Couch until he was preparing for his deposition years later, right?
Yeah, he didn't
Objection
need
calls for
to.
speculation.
But
He did. I don't know if he put an eye on it or not. I know. I just in the records. I think years ago he had prescribed something for her. So I don't know if in the small town he had seen her sometime before. But a hospice physician does not need to see the patient in the first period. In the
yes, sir,
first
if
90
you read
days.
his deposition, you would you would remember what he testified to about that, right?
What did he
Remember his
testify?
testimony regarding the first time he ever saw Shirley Couch?
Objection
It was on the
affirmed.
police video when he was preparing for his deposition. Do you remember that?
I didn't see a police video.
Yes, sir. Read back my question, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You read his deposition. If you read his deposition, you would, do you remember when he testified about regarding the testimony regarding the first time he ever saw Shirley Couch? And Miss Wright objected. And answer, yes. Question, when he was preparing for his deposition. Answer, I didn't see a police video.
I think he said also police video. That's why I was surprised. But I do not know when he. Please show me the page, and I'm happy to comment on that or tell me the fact. That's absolutely fine.
You don't know or you don't remember, just tell me you don't know or you don't remember.
I don't remember.
Do you agree a medical director has to have hospital privileges?
Objection calls for speculation.
You may answer.
He does not. I don't know if he needs to have hospital privileges because if he has other people who take care of them in the hospital.
You agree a medical director has to comply with state and federal laws regarding Medicare and Medicaid to bill the government, right?
Objection affirmed calls for a legal conclusion. You can answer.
Yes, and the medical director, just to clarify that, normally the medical director of the hospice is being paid by the hospice, and it's a salaried position, and he or she does not bill extra the government.
Yes, sir. They bill for his work, the government.
Objection calls for
No,
speculation.
it's part of the conditions of participation that hospice has a medical director and he or she has to do certain jobs.
No, that wasn't my question, though. Do you remember my question?
That if he bills Medicare, and I'm saying he normally doesn't bill Medicare. The hospice normally, the hospice gets a flat fee, which
Hospice
includes the
bills for his
physician
work,
services,
right?
but they can do, if it's not related to the hospice diagnosis and they do a visit in the patient's home, they can bill through hospice Medicare still, but for non-related services.
Yeah, well, Georgia law requires that you have admitting privileges. Do you see this? It says admitting.
Objective,
I don't
objective
see that.
form.
Yeah,
I
objective
don't
form,
see
you're
where it says
testifying.
admitting privilege. Can you show that to me? But it's not in the highlighted things you're showing me.
Sure. You see that all right? See where it reads 1705 medical services, section 290-943-
Yeah, I see that, yeah.
Don't interrupt me, sir. I'm going to ask you the question again. Do you see where it reads 1705 medical services, 290-9-43-.17, subsections 2B? You see
Yes.
that?
Yes.
You see where it reads the medical director shall B, have admission privileges at one or more hospitals commonly serving patients in the hospice's geographical area. Do you see that?
Yes.
Objection to form calls for legal
And
conclusion.
admitting privileges mean that you can admit a patient to the hospital, right?
Objection to form.
You may answer.
Yes.
Do you have admitting
it-
privileges at Vanderbilt University Hospital?
No, I have.
Yes, I ask you, do you have
Yes.
admitting privileges at
Yes.
Vanderbilt University Hospital?
Yes.
Do you have admitting privileges at the VA hospital?
Yes.
All right. And you're required to have those as part of your job.
That's part, actually, not everybody needs to have admitting privileges.
Sir, that's not my question. Objection.
No,
Mr.
no,
Strike
I'm
is
just telling
non-responsive.
you, but you're asking for me.
Yes,
So
sir.
if I do work in the hospital, I need to have privileges, which can be, if I do only consults, consulting privileges. If I also admit, it could be admitting privileges. If somebody works for the medical group but doesn't do anything in the hospital, they don't need to have hospital privileges. But I personally have admitting privileges in both places. But I have colleagues who do not have admitting privileges. They have only consulting privileges, or they have only outpatient privileges.
And those physicians cannot admit a patient to the hospital, right?
Exactly. But they're still full-fledged faculty members.
Show you what's been, is this number 8, Madam Court Reporter? Is this exhibit 8? Thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't see nodding your head. Show you what's been previously marked as exhibit 8 to your deposition. Medical status definitions. This is for Piedmont Healthcare. You see where it reads ambulatory care staff? You see that?
Yeah.
You see that paragraph that defines ambulatory care staff? Do you see that?
Yeah, I have not gotten any of those things you're showing me now before from you, so.
That's fine.
So this is new for
Ambulatory
me.
care staff does not grant clinical privileges on a physician. True?
I need
Objection to
to,
form calls for speculation.
You may
Join.
I
answer.
need to just look.
Go ahead, take
I
your
need to
time.
look a little, I have trouble seeing it. It's so small.
You want me to make that a little bigger?
No, it's perfect.
Okay. Well, I'm happy to do
Also
that.
Membership
on objective
only, yeah.
foundation.
Yeah, so that particular hospital, and that's not every hospital in town or in the country, has ambulatory care staff, which is they're associated with that health system, but they do not intend to establish a clinical practice at the hospital.
Well, it's.
No clinical
Care staff
privilege.
do not have admitting privileges.
No
Right?
clinical. No, this is even
Objective
more.
form.
This is,
Object to
This is-
form calls for speculation. You may
You may
answer.
answer.
it says no clinical privileges. it's a membership only category, and I think, and it's for educational opportunities in this particular hospital system.
That's right.
And it's a referring physicians, but doesn't mean that, sorry that I put my face
All
so
right,
close
back up.
sometimes.
Yeah, we can pull it back up, no problem.
And so that, yeah, that's not clinical privileges.
And no admitting privileges.
Yeah,
Object to form.
And then Dr. Shiver produced this document. I'm gonna, is this exhibit 9, Madam Court Reporter? Show you what's been
Yes.
previously marked as exhibit 9 to your deposition. This is for 2016, which is a year before 2017, right?
yeah,
2017 is when Shirley Couch was Dr. Shiver's patient, right? Can you?
Yeah.
What's my question, please? Yeah. And exhibit 9 shows that Dr. Shiver had ambulatory care privileges.
Objection, foundation. You can answer.
Join. And Dr. Shiver didn't produce this document.
yeah, that's a letter from the hospital, and it's a reappointment notification. So they're saying reappointed and granted staff privileges on a continuing basis from April 30, 16 to April 30, 18 in ambulatory care department of medicine division family practice.
Right, in the below listed category, ambulatory care, right?
Same objection.
No admitting privileges, right?
Also false.
Object to form.
Quite frankly, I find it very confusing. If I would
Really?
get such a letter, I would think I have privileges, you know, but
You trying to make what Dr. Shiver did here again?
no, I'm not trying to make
Object to
any.
form.
Objection asked and answered 3 times now. Also
Totally.
argumentative, Mr. Potts.
You may answer.
I just say, if I would get a letter like this and says reappointment and general staff privileges, and then it says in which category, I would think I have privileges in the hospital unless I have all the bylaws, you know,
Mhm.
and where it's in the fine print, so to speak. So I don't know what it needs for them if they have, because it doesn't say ambulatory care. I think it's not optimal written, let's put it this way.
Still exhibit 9, right, Madam Court Reporter? We're still exhibit 9. I'd like to take you to for the record, page 25 of exhibit 9. Do you see that?
Yeah, if I can have a look at it again, and please
Of course you can.
don't show that on the YouTube video because I'm so close on it.
Well, that both your video and the document you're testifying about will be part of the video.
Same objection regarding foundation. You can answer.
Again, granted.
Join.
Yes, again, that it granted staff privileges on a continuing basis in the below listed category, ambulatory care staff, yeah.
Right, and the same for, we go on up. Same for 2014. This is, for the record, page 13 of 356 of Exhibit 9. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Objection,
Ambulatory care,
foundation calls
right?
for speculation. Objection,
Join.
foundation calls for speculation.
You may answer.
Similar letter, similar wording, different time, reappointment to clinical, for reappointment granted staff privileges on a basis in the below listed category.
Ambulatory care, again, though, no admitting
Yeah.
privileges, right?
Object to
Yeah.
form.
If,
Same, join.
yeah, privileges in ambulatory care.
Right. Then we go on back to 2012, still ambulatory care, right?
Object to form.
See that?
Yeah. Yes,
Let's go back a little further. This is 2010. Do you see that?
yes,
We're at page 40 of 356 of Exhibit 9. Now this reads active staff, Department of Medicine, Division of Family Practice, right?
yes.
And active staff means you have admitting privileges, right?
I don't know. I assume I would need to look back at the,
Well, have you ever heard of a hospital that has active staff, Department of Medicine? That means you don't have admitting privileges?
Object to form.
yeah,
You may-
some people don't admit, they let the hospital list admit everybody.
Yeah, but if it's a requirement of your work, that if it's a requirement of the law that you have admitting privileges to build a government for caring for these patients, and you better do it, right?
Object to form.
Otherwise, you're violating a law.
Yeah,
Object to form.
I think that's up to CMS to decide.
Well, so you would not do what CMS told you to do and send them a bill and turn that and sign on the back of it if you comply with the law and go ahead and pay me? Is that the way you do it?
Object to form.
May answer.
What does that have to do with me? I'm not at Athens
No, I
Regional
want-
Hospital.
You
And
just said it's okay.
no, I have not
You just
said
said
that.
it's
I do
okay
not
to
know.
comply with the law and still
I'm
bill
still
Medicare and
explaining.
Medicaid.
I'm still
James, I
explaining.
would ask that you let the witness finish his answer before you start talking over him.
Everyone,
Can you
please, one at a time.
Can you repeat your question, please?
And doctor, please pause just a minute before your answer and give your attorneys a time to object, please. Thank you.
Can you please?
Objection moved to strike is non-responsive.
No, can you please repeat the question? I could not understand it.
Well, you did an awful lot of answering not to understand it. It's all, she's taking it all down. We're good.
I want to know what your specific question was. You said something, me not doing something with Medicaid or Medicare, and I didn't understand that completely, and I would like the question repeated.
Well, if you want to know what my question is, listen to my question and answer my question. All right?
I'm objecting to the way you're speaking to the witness. You're being argumentative and harassive. Please just ask the questions, and Dr. Habermann, once he finishes asking the questions, you may answer, okay?
Did you hear me? If you listen to my question, you'll know what my question is. All right?
You started asking a question while I was talking still. So if you can just repeat it, I would appreciate that.
It looks like in 2012, he went to ambulatory care staff from medical staff, right? Between 2010 and 2012?
Yes, it looks like that.
Yes, sir. And do you know what happened between 2010 and 2012 to cause that to happen?
No.
Objection to form, calls for speculation.
You have no idea?
No idea.
Same objection.
All right, well, should we look at his credentialing file to maybe see if we can see? You see this?
Oh, that's scribbled. I cannot read that. If you could read it to me, I would appreciate
I'll
that.
make it really, really big for you. Watch this. Needs to do hours additional CME. Do you know what CME is?
Continued medical education.
Yes, sir. And if you don't do your CME, you can't keep your privileges, right?
Objection, calls for
You may
speculation.
answer.
At least
Join.
in my place, yes. You need to
That's
have
right.
actually.
Well, every place. Have
Yeah.
you ever been to a place, a hospital that would allow you admitting privileges if you don't keep your CME? Ever?
No,
Okay.
and we have actually do have 100-hour every 2 years. While the
Sir,
state
I'm
does
the
not
objection move to
report.
strike is non-responsive. You
I
can
just
explain your
agreed with
answer. I'm not here to hear, you volunteer and stuff like that. We'll be here for a long, long time. All right? It goes on to read, do you see this? Remarks. Appointment not recommended. You see that?
Okay, can you go
Object
to
to
the other
form.
side? It's too.
Join,
Do you understand my question? I said, do you see that?
I don't see a check mark behind that. If you could please go a little bit out and. No, it says appointment. The check mark is at appointment, not at appointment not recommended.
Appointment
It was
deferred. You see
deferred.
that?
Yeah, I see appointment deferred. Yeah,
Okay. Appointment
Lack
deferred for 3
CME.
months, pending CME, right?
yeah.
So if you don't get your CME, you don't get the privileges. If you do what you're required to do, even if they give you another 90 days, you get to keep your appointment. He didn't get to keep his appointment, did he?
Object to form.
I don't know. It doesn't look like it.
Well, that's because he lacks CME. Do you see that?
objection to
Object to
form.
form.
Yeah, but that's the initial paper. So is there a follow-up thing from them?
Sir, I'm asking you about this.
Dr. Habermann, if you want to look at the entire 356-page document to answer those questions, that is your right.
Yeah, I want to look for me, what you're showing me, it's not what it says provisional appointment deferred. So it's not they do not say that the appointment was not approved at that moment. So there should be a follow-up paper now where they clarify.
Here's the follow-up paper. See, 2012 says ambulatory care staff. You see that?
Object to form. Again, Dr. Habermann, if you want to look at the entire document
You
to
can look at
testify,
it, but
you
we're
can
not-
look at it, or if you
we're
don't
not
know,
gonna
you
pay
don't know.
to do it in this deposition. You're here
But
to
you also
answer
can't,
questions.
but you also can't show him incomplete files in the record and ask him to give an opinion about credentialing that he's not reviewed.
What did you say?
I said, you cannot show him bits and pieces of this credentialing file out of context and then ask him to give opinions about credentialing when he's already said he hasn't reviewed it.
Well, why wasn't he, did he ask you for the credentialing file?
I don't represent him, but he's already said he's not reviewed it, and you're asking him to give opinions about it. And he's already said several times in order to give an opinion about it, he'd like to review the entire document. So if you want him to review the entire document, you can pay him to do that. Otherwise, move along.
Is this something you would have wanted to review before today?
Not really. It's not pertinent to the clinical findings.
It's not pertinent to whether he's obeying with the law or lying to his patients and the government. That doesn't have anything to do with your opinion.
Object to form.
You may
Object
answer.
to form, harassive, calls for speculation, calls for legal conclusion.
You may answer.
if somebody sends me the credentialing of somebody, I'm happy to look at that. If I'm otherwise, how would I know that? It's not, I was asked to review medical records, not to review the status of credentialing at the hospital there.
You didn't review the Athens Regional Medical Center records?
There is not a credentialing file in it.
Yes, sir. Please listen to my question. Read back my question, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Question, you didn't review the Athens Regional Medical Center records?
That question is out of context. That question was asked in a context where you talked to me about medical credentialing, and that I didn't review, but I reviewed the patient records from the medical center. Yes, I did.
Okay.
But they did not include hospital interna or credentialing records.
Did you review the hospice medical records for Shirley Couch?
Yes.
And you read the depositions in the case?
Yes.
You read all the depositions?
It's a while ago, but I read all of them.
Name the depositions that you read.
One moment. I read depositions of Miss Stuschel, Miss Couch, Teresa Allen, Tracy Benson, Carol Bonner, George Bonner, Rachel McKnight, Ashley Mercer, Dr. Ken Parks, Myron Park, Janelle Perry, Casey Phillips, Jennifer Rowland, Julie Rust, Rebecca Smith, Dr. Schreiber. And then I think I mentioned the other ones already. Yeah, there were a lot of depositions. Do I remember them all in detail, in every word? No.
Is that all that you read? The ones you just listed?
Yeah, that's the depositions I read.
Okay. And what else did you review?
Plaintiff's complaint, plaintiff's response to the first interrogatories, plaintiff's responses to defendants' first request for admission, Oconee primary care medical records from Dr. Parks, Homestead Hospice and Palliative Care records, and the medication profile, Madison County EMS medical records, Madison County coroner's records, partial record of CVS patient record, the coroner's written statement, Piedmont Athens Regional Medical Center medical records, Dr. Kevin Adams medical records, St. Mary's Hospital medical records, St. Mary Home Healthcare Hospice medical records, Dr. Thomas Gubbins medical records, Athens Diagnostic Center records, Reagan Pharmacy records, medical records from the Oaks in Athens, Trident Care Images, Athens Neurological, some records from Dr. Mostafa Niknafs, records from Ready Medical Group, and then I got some stuff from the GBI file, which I didn't read.
All
The
right.
entire, the trial transcripts, I didn't read everything. I think that are the records, something from Athens orthopedics also. And from
Anything
the
else?
medicine shop.
Anything else?
Not that I recall right now.
Show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 10 to your deposition. You recall seeing this document?
I don't think I have that, but I have medical records from the, but not the employment records, no.
This is an exhibit to Dr. Shiver's deposition. Were you provided with the exhibits to all the depositions?
I don't know if I got all the exhibits.
Have a look and
I
let me
read
know.
through the, I read through the depositions.
Do you have the depositions there in front of you?
I need to pull it up. No, that's Miss Couches, sorry. Let me look, search. Yeah, I have it.
Do you have exhibits to the depositions?
I'm just trying to get to the end of it. No,
You
I don't
the
have
to
exhibits.
any
I
of the
have,
depositions?
you know, where all the words are listed, the appendix, but I don't have the exhibits.
For any of the depositions.
No,
All right. So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked. Is this 10? Is it? Is this exhibit 10? Thank you. This is the medical director job description for Dr. Shiver. So you hadn't seen this before today?
no,
It is signed by Dr. Shiver. Do you recall that from his deposition, that he signed this document?
yeah, looks like signed, yeah.
Yeah. And it's got an employee acknowledgement. This is on the last page. The date he signed it was January 2013, right?
Yeah.
I hereby acknowledge that I've received a copy of Creative Hospice, Inc. Medical Director job description to acknowledge my responsibilities and accept the position.
Yeah.
It's a signature.
Yeah.
So in 2013, he agreed to, you understand he was not certified by the American Academy of Hospice and Palliative Medicine.
Most people are not who are hospice doctors.
He had to have, do you see that on number 3?
Yeah,
on the first
can I
page?
just read it loud? Eligibility and or certification by the American Academy of Hospice and Palliative Medicine desirable. Willingness to obtain certification within 3 years is required.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You finished reading it?
Yeah.
It reads that board certification has to be acquired within 3 years, right?
It's not a board certification. That is not a board.
It says willing to obtain certification within 3 years is required. Do you see that?
Yeah.
All right. And he did not do that, right?
I don't know, but I don't think so.
Object the
This,
form.
this is not an official medical board like American Board of Internal Medicine or Family Practice. This is some society which makes a certificate. It's not it's not an official board.
And he
And
did.
so I don't know.
that.
I don't know if he got it or not. I don't think so, but I don't know.
Well, cite for me any evidence and any deposition, any medical record. I
No.
guess you don't have any of the exhibits, so you don't know about those. That suggests to you that Shiver obtained that certification within 3 years, as he agreed to do when he went to work there in 2013?
I don't see that. he
Object
got
to
that.
form.
May I answer?
I don't have any evidence that he obtained that certificate.
He has to have at least 2 years hospice experience. Did he have 2 years hospice experience when he went to work there?
That I don't know.
For speculation.
That I don't know.
He testified he did not. Don't you remember?
Same objection.
You may answer.
I don't remember that, but that is the decision-making of the executive director there, if they want to hire a physician for that or not. And it's a desire and willingness to do that. You know, it doesn't say that you have to have it, but the willingness needs to be there. And the hospice experience, the question is, you start somewhere. Do you have patients in hospice over the years and have followed them as an attending physician or not? You know, but I don't know. If he says he has no hospice experience, he has no hospice experience.
And you're trying to make it, it's, in your view, it's okay that he didn't do what he said he was going to do within 3 years. And it's also okay that he didn't comply with a 2-year hospice experience requirement?
Objection to form.
You may answer.
That is the decision when you hire him, so to speak, but it's a great desire to have the certification and the willingness, but the willingness to obtain is required. Doesn't mean that you have to have it, you know, semantics, but you should get it. And I think it's a very good request. And I don't see that you had it.
You know the meaning of required. Required means it's a requirement. Do you know what a requirement means?
It says willingness before that.
Yeah.
I'm not an attorney. You guys are the attorney. So but it's written desirable and willingness to obtain. The willingness is required, not necessarily the certificate. I would read it like that, but it's not my mother tongue.
So your testimony under oath for YouTube is obtain certification within 3 years is required, does not mean it's required. Is that right?
Objection to form.
You may answer.
No, I didn't say that. It says the willingness to obtain certification. You need to read the whole sentence. And there it says the willingness to obtain certification within 3 years is required. And it doesn't say that you have to obtain that. You just need to be willing to do it.
So it's not really
my reading of this sentence, and I think it's actually correct because there is a semicolon.
So he had to be willing to do it, but it was not required to do it. He was just required to be willing to do it. Is that your testimony today, doctor?
Objection to form.
You may answer the question.
That is how it reads.
So as long as Dr. Shiver was willing to obtain the certification within 3 years, he wasn't required to obtain it.
That is up to the person who supervises him.
Right. And is it all right to practice medicine if you're willing to go to medical school, but not really required to go?
No, that's
form calls for incomplete hypothetical.
How's that different? How's that any different?
That is apple and oranges, completely different things. You need to be graduate from a medical school. You need to have a license to practice in the state. That are requirements. The hospice certificate is desirable and the willingness is there. They want to entice the person to do that, and we have done that years ago too. With when I was with Odyssey, we tried to convince the people to do that. But I mean, it's just how I read it. It doesn't mean I'm not judging if that's good or bad. I'm just saying, when you read the sentence,
All right, we're going to
then
take a short break, 5 minutes.
Were you done with your answer, Dr. Habermann?
I guess so. You know, it's just particulars in there, but it would be.
What exhibit number is this, Madam Court Reporter?
10.
10. Exhibit 10, still job description, medical director. Page 2.
Yeah.
You see where it reads, provides for the total medical and psychological needs of the resident, including admissions. Transfers, discharge planning, range of services available to resident, emergency procedures,
Yeah.
frequency of physician visits. Of course, you have to have admitting privileges to admit a patient to a hospital, right?
In most hospitals, the outside physician doesn't admit. Even the faculty physician doesn't admit, but the hospitalist on duty admits.
You're not suggesting Dr. Shiver's on the faculty anywhere, are you?
No, I don't know. I'm just saying anywhere. In most hospitals now, the regular family practice doctor or the regular internist doesn't direct admit the patients anymore. They will be admitted by a hospitalist.
Right. Do you believe physicians should, is it your view that they don't have to comply with job requirements even when they agree to comply with them, like Dr. Shiver did here?
Object to form?
I think people should comply with their contract, what they have signed. However, things have changed, and so no hospice doctor would admit or primary care doctor would admit a patient to Vanderbilt University Medical Center, even if they were on the active staff, unless they were on the hospitalist duty. Now everything is admitted by hospitalists. Times have changed.
And you're suggesting the law should change also?
The law,
Object to form?
Yeah,
I don't know what that has to do with the law, but the law is I don't understand where the question is coming
you saw the
from.
law earlier. The law at Georgia requires the medical director in a hospice to have admitting privileges, right?
Objection to form.
You may answer.
Join?
Yeah, it might be not up to date anymore then. It might need to be changed. Be affiliated with a hospital or something, or be able to get, it might be not up to date anymore.
Reads here, number 7, participate in meetings to assure that federal and state requirements are being met.
Yeah.
That would include Medicare and Medicaid.
Yeah, the people normally are, most hospice patients, it's an extra benefit. So from Medicare, it's not normal Medicare anymore, but yes.
Number 8, inpatient rounds, inpatient rounds and outpatient visits when indicated and possible. Is that right?
Yes.
These are requirements.
When indicated and possible. When indicated and possible, exactly. It's not that every patient needs to be seen every day.
No, I
It's
didn't.
not a hospital.
This is what Dr. Shiver agreed to
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
As part of his to get paid, right?
By the agency, correct.
I didn't see any articles in your CV dealing with the administration of 4 opioids and 2 benzodiazepines and an antipsychotic drug to an 81-year-old female patient. Have you written anything on anything like that?
No, I have actually written about pain management in nursing homes, but that is a different thing, not about those things. No.
Right. Nursing home's different from hospice, right?
Yes, but we have no in the nursing homes we have hospice patients. So somebody who is in a nursing home can be also on hospice. So at any given time, a percentage of the nursing home patients are actually on hospice in a lot of places.
You agree it's within the standard of care to prescribe for a patient the 3,000 milligrams of morphine to be administered in a single day?
Object to form.
The answer.
You cannot, that depends on the patient and the circumstances. There is no ceiling for morphine. So actually, yes, you can have patients who have gotten so accustomed to the morphine that they need 2 or 3 grams of morphine a day, but that's rare.
Okay. And what about 4,000 grams of morphine in a single day?
4,000 grams, I haven't heard about milligram. 4
Object to
grams,
form.
maybe.
4 grams,
but-
4,000 milligrams.
Yeah, but that sounds like a lot.
Yeah. Have you ever ordered 4,000 milligrams be given to a patient in a single day before?
Object to form.
Answer.
You mean morphine equivalents when I calculate IV to oral? Yeah, once or twice probably, but that was an in-state dying patient with cancer and long-term on narcotics in intensive care, but it's not a common thing at all.
Yeah, so that was someone dying of cancer and intractable, horrible pain, right?
Exactly.
And even then, that's a lot, right?
It is a lot, yeah, but you treat the pain. But there's a time that when you might switch from morphine then to Dilaudid or something else. You know, they're different. In that thing, we wouldn't do that probably anymore, but switch the opioids.
Right. I'll show you what's been previously marked as, this is 11, is that right, Madam Court Reporter? This is Dr. Parks. You recall reading his trial testimony from February 2019?
I read his deposition. I
Yes,
did
sir.
not read trial testimonies.
You know, the trial happened before the depositions. Were you aware of that?
Yeah, I know that there was a trial.
Yeah, so the testimony at the trial was before there were lawyers that may be telling a witness, suggesting to a witness what to say. Were you aware of that?
Object to form.
You may answer.
I don't know if attorneys tell witnesses how to testify.
Did you speak to anyone over the course of the break about your deposition here today?
No.
This is at page 103. You see the question. Well, then let me ask for a little background on Ms. Couch. Did she have a history of opioid use or abuse? You see the answer? No.
Yeah, I see that.
And was she opiate resistant? You see the answer to that is also no.
Yeah.
And you understand Dr. Parks was her treating physician before she was admitted to hospice in June 2017. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Right. So he would know better than anyone, right?
He should. Yeah.
If you flip on over to now on page 104.6, but Miss Couch at 81 years old didn't have any that sort of history. No. And based on your knowledge of Miss Couch's history, would you have prescribed a 50 microgram fentanyl patch? No. Why? That dose would be too high for someone who had not taken pain medication previously. You see that?
Yeah.
Do you agree with Dr. Park that a 50 microgram fentanyl patch was too high a dose for Shirley Couch?
Object to form.
You may answer.
It was a high dose. I don't think it was necessarily too high. I probably would have used a 25 micron patch, but the woman was not opioid naive. She was on tramadol, which is an opioid like medication. She got in the hospital when she was there shortly before the admissions to hospice, morphine and Valium, but it is a high dose. But she got a Norco, she got a Roxanol, a liquid morphine, and she still was in excruciating pain despite other medications she was using, which were tried. And so they increased the dose. So she had gotten already morphine and Norco when the fentanyl patch was started. And since she was on the equivalent to 25 micrograms morphine, fentanyl, not pain controlled, it could be reasonable to start a 50 microgram patch if depending on the goal of care of the patient.
On what days in May of 2017 did she have any morphine at all?
But when she was in the hospital.
Could you hear my
And
question?
before and afterwards, she was
Objection
on
moved to
tramadol.
strike is non-responsive. Would you read back my question, please, Madam Court Reporter?
On which day was? I've heard you.
Sir?
I heard you that you said, I think it was, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was around May 17th.
And how many consecutive days did she have opioids?
She had that morphine, not much. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying she got morphine in the hospital and relieved her pain. And she was on tramadol, relatively frequently refilled 50 milligrams 3 times a day.
Your testimony, she took tramadol every day?
Objection to form mischaracterizes earlier testimony.
I'm not sure about that. She filled it just often.
According to the pharmacy records, she only got one prescription a year, 12 months apart. Did you read the pharmacy record?
Objection to the extent it characterizes evidence in record.
Did you read the pharmacy record?
Yes, and I think it was more. If I remember correctly, it was more often.
Show me. Pull that document and show me where she got it more often.
The wrong thing. I'm just trying to find the document.
Take your time, doctor. And I want to know every day in May that she had any morphine or morphine equivalent. Every single day.
CBS policy. On 5/4/2017, Dr. Park prescribed 90 pills of tramadol.
Yes, sir.
That is,
Prescribing and taking are two different things, aren't they?
yeah, I do not know what the patient is doing at home. I would
All
think.
right. I want to know every day in May that you have any evidence that she took any morphine or morphine equivalent, any opioids.
Only the tramadol,
What day?
which
What
was
day?
prescribed, but I do not know when she took it at home. How would
Yes,
I
it-
know that?
Right. You don't have any evidence of her taking it at all. Is that right?
I'm saying it was prescribed, and she went
Yes,
to the
sir.
hospital.
That's not my question, though. This is the third time. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you, Bill.
Yes,
Yes.
sir. You don't have any evidence of her taking tramadol at all.
No.
All right. You only have a record of a prescription in May. Is that right?
And the filled bottle, which was
Sir?
given to the patient. Yes.
Yeah. And you see it, I'm not sure what record you're looking at. If you want to show it to me, you see
the
that
CV
same. That
It's a
same
CV.
month. Go ahead.
It's a CVS record.
Right. And you see that same month a year earlier, 12 months earlier, she was also prescribed 90 milligrams of tramadol, right?
Yeah.
12 months apart, right?
She had.
Sir,
She
answer
went-
my question, then you
No,
can
I
explain
am
your answer.
answering your question. I'm
They were
trying to
12
answer your
months
question.
apart, were they not?
Yes. And
All right,
then
put the document in chat. I want to make that an exhibit to your deposition.
I don't know how to put a document in the chat. I can text it to somebody, but it's just the
Fine.
CVS pharmacy record, which you should have.
Yeah, go ahead and text it to me. I want to see what you're looking at.
I guess I need to do plus and send. It should be sending to you.
Thank you.
It just might need a while because it's like 14 pages, you know.
It's fine. All right, I'm gonna upload this for everyone. Well, first thing I need to do, I'll tell you the easiest way. I'm gonna email it to myself from my phone. And
Did it
then-
work?
Sir?
Did you get it?
Yes, sir, I did. Thank you.
Good.
About to share it with everyone. Madam Court Reporter, is this exhibit 12?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. So you show you what's been previously marked as exhibit 12. I'll put it up here for you. This is the document. That you were referring to a moment ago, is that right?
Yes, exactly.
All right, let me rotate this so everybody can read it. Just get confused. Do we want to go clockwise? Yeah, I think so. All right. So you were looking at, this is exhibit 12 page. I think these pages are numbered, but they're hard to. Yeah, page 1 of 12. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's 14. It's on the bottom under tramadol and Dr. Park at 5-4.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about right before the June admission to hospice, right?
Exactly.
And that is on page 10 of 12. Is that right?
Probably. Yeah, looks like, yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So here's the tramadol Ken Park 5/4/2017. Do you see that? That's
Yeah.
that's what you were looking at, right?
Yeah.
And then if we go up to the next tramadol, just ease our way up here, right?
That was the year before, as you said.
Hold on. There it is. And when was it?
A year before, 4/8/16.
Actually, it was 13 months before, right?
Yeah.
So does that indicate to you she was taking a lot of tramadol if she was prescribed tramadol once a year?
Object to form.
You may answer.
No, if it 90 pills last a year, that's a good thing. But
Well,
I'm not.
No, I didn't say she took them. And the evidence will be at trial that she did not. But if she
Objection
were getting
to form.
prescription-
To the extent, excuse me, can I make my objection for the record? Objection to form to the
Okay.
extent it mischaracterizes evidence in record. You may answer.
did I finish the question?
No.
Okay. What was it? Would you just tell me what I said, Madam Court Reporter, please?
Answer, no, I didn't say she took them. Question, and the evidence will be at trial that she did not.
All right. And so if someone's, maybe if they get, let's say, an annual checkup and they're prescribed tramadol on a PRN basis, and they don't get any more for another year, based on your education, training, and experience, how much tramadol is that patient taking?
Objection to
Not
form calls for incomplete hypothetical. You
much.
may answer.
Not much. Is that your testimony?
That
Same
is my
objection.
Yeah, and for someone to have to be opioid tolerant
I
at
didn't
a
hear,
minimum. Oh, I'm sorry.
I did not hear his answer.
He said not much, or he can say it for you.
Yeah, no, I said not much. If that's the case, I don't know that, but
Well, he didn't
And I
say
said-
that's the
and I
case. He
said-
didn't. First, he said not much. Yep.
yeah,
go ahead.
And I
I said
said
not
objection
much. Yeah.
calls for incomplete hypothetical is what I
I
said.
got your objection. I just didn't hear the answer.
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter.
My answer was not much.
Yes, sir. And in order to, are you familiar with, let me take one of these, Disposition of Toxic Drugs and Chemicals in Man by Randall Basalt? Are you familiar with that text?
No, but you are not supposed to throw this, flush the narcotics down. We have returned things. You return it to the pharmacy. You return. Police collects it from time to time. Some hospitals take.
Sir, I don't read. Hold up. Objection. Move to strike is non-responsive. Did you understand my question?
If I know that text, and I said no.
Okay. Are you familiar with O'Donnell's drug injury?
No.
You're of course familiar with the physician's desk reference from 2017.
In 2017, I don't use it. We don't use it anymore. But I am familiar with physician's desk reference.
Well, and it's all electronic now. But in 2017, a physician would have access to the 2017 PDR, right?
Yes.
And the PDR is a compendium of the package inserts, the what the drug companies put together as required by law to accompany those drugs, right?
Yeah.
Objection form to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
And for someone to be opioid resistant, at a minimum, they have to have taken opioids for at least 7 consecutive days within the previous 30 days, right?
Probably yes.
All right. And do you know how much opioid that patient has to take for at least 7 consecutive days within the previous 30 days?
How much you're telling me?
Yes, I'm asking you whether you know. If you don't know, just tell me you don't know. That's fine.
I don't know. I don't know how much. It depends again what opioid resistance is. You normally use equipotent doses. So, and you switch from a short-acting opioid to a long-acting opioid. And the patient, and just you asked before, what did she get in March for not March, May for opioids in the hospital twice, 5 milligram IV morphine on 513. But the
It's 1 day.
yes, exactly.
It's not
and,
7 days, that's 1, right?
Yeah, and from that she is not opiate resistant or anything. She started to get when she got on hospice, she started to get the comfort kit, which included Roxanol or a liquid morphine, and then narco was prescribed, which is an opiate, and she got oral, those for 6 pills, and then they gave more pills, and she got that, and the family gave it to her.
Yeah, so we're talking about now June, she was under the care of Dr.
Hospice.
Shriver at Homestead Hospice, right?
Yes.
So that's a different, we're in the case, right? From June 1st to June 26th.
Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, is it your testimony? Hold on, please. Is it your testimony that you can ply your patient with opioids and make them opioid resistant, and then give them still more and more opioids, and you made what you did okay because you made them resistant before you gave them too many opioids?
Object to form.
May I answer?
No, you don't make them opioid resistance. You start with the low dose and then work your way up by effect of the drug. And as more the patient takes for the short acting, you can switch that over to long acting medication, and it depends on how much the patient is taking.
Yeah. You agree
That's
that
not opioid resistance over. This is adjusting pain medicine after the goal of it.
Shirley Couch was not suffering from psychosis, right?
I don't know. She might have been suffering from psychosis in between. In the hospice nurse's notes, it's that, and the family said before that she saw people who were not alive anymore. So that is probably psychosis or hallucinations, but she did.
What date was that, doctor? Do you remember what date that was?
That was in the middle of June, approximately.
No, it was the end of June. Do you know the date? Look at the date.
No, I need to look for that in the
Yes,
the
you
record.
do.
But what's the goal of the question is to see, does she need help?
I want an answer to my question.
On 623, Rachel McKnight writes, family reports patient has been experiencing visual hallucinations of family members who have passed away.
Yes, sir. And that was on the 23rd of
Correct.
June, right?
Yes.
Now, she was prescribed Haldol on June 1st, day one, right?
Which is standard prescription for hospice patients.
Yes, sir. I want to know, as of June 1st, was she suffering from any sort of psychosis?
Not that I know about. It
Yes,
was.
sir. And you did do a little paper on the use of antipsychotic medicine in hospice, right? You remember that one?
No, I didn't do one, but.
Well, you were the fifth name in it. It's in your CD. You don't remember that?
That was a nursing home patients, but yeah.
All right. So
we in general do not like
morphine, sir.
In general, as a geriatrician and patients with dementia, we do not
Sir,
like
objection, move to strike is non-responsive. She was started on fentanyl on the 22nd, right?
Yes, I think so.
And she was also administered morphine on the 22nd.
Yeah.
And morphine on the 23rd, morphine on the 24th, morphine on the 25th.
Object to form.
Also, two benzodiazepines, Ativan, Valium, diazepam.
Were prescribed, and not much of, when the coroner collected or when the medications were collected, not much of the lorazepam was used, but all of the Valium was used. Yeah.
Your answer is yes, that on the 22nd, 23rd, 24th, and 25th, Shirley Couch was on a 50 microgram fentanyl patch. She was also administered many doses of morphine, hydrocodone, diazepam, Ativan, and Valium, right?
Objection to form mischaracterizes earlier testimony.
You may answer.
Join.
Yeah, I do not know how much she actually got. I don't think she got much Ativan, lorazepam, but she got a decent amount or all of the Valium doses, the diazepam. But and she had the fentanyl patch on, and then the daughter gave more and more of the liquid morphine. That is correct.
She got at least 5 doses of diazepam on June 23rd, right?
It looks
Objection
like-
to form.
I don't know. No. I do not know the number of doses because that it's not written down, because it's not in a hospital or in a nursing home. It's given by the family as per perceived need.
Well, let's have a look here. So what's been previously marked as Exhibit 13 to your deposition? Remember seeing this document?
I don't see any document.
It's because I got to pull it up. See that?
Yeah.
So this is what Shirley Couch was prescribed day 1, June 1st, right?
Yes, that's a prescription to have on hand, which is particularly at that time standard in hospice, that you have the different medications at home, that you can use it in emergency settings.
And there it is, haloperidol, also known as Haldol, right? That's an antipsychotic drug, right?
As well as an antiemetic.
Well,
Yes,
promethazine is an antiemetic too, right?
yes.
Well, if you're giving somebody promethazine as an antiemetic, do you also want to give them Haldol as an antiemetic?
Yes, if the promethazine doesn't work.
Yeah.
No,
Hold on, I need an answer. I want to cite to a chapter in a textbook, a treatise, a peer-reviewed article, a non-peer-reviewed article, a throwaway, anything in the history of the medicine.
any physician
Stop and
in
listen, let
this
me finish my
country.
question. Where it reads that you are to give a patient both haloperidol or Haldol and promethazine for as an antiemetic. You give them both. You give them Haldol as an antiemetic.
Objection to
Yes,
form. You can answer.
it's standard of care and normal medical practice that you give first promethazine or Reglan, sometimes or Zofran, different antiemetics. But if they don't work, then you give a short time later some Haldol, because that works more general. And if there's a diffuse intra-abdominal process going on, the Haldol works better. And
Yes,
that is.
Show
don't
me in
need to-
Ms. Couch's medical record the note that says promethazine is not working as an antiemetic in this case. Pull up for me the note.
I'm not saying that. I say,
Sir, I want you to, hold on, I want you to pull up the note where it says the promethazine is not working, so we need to give her Haldol. Pull up the note where it says promethazine is not working as an antiemetic.
Objection to the extent it mischaracterizes Dr. Habermann's earlier testimony.
Hey, answer. Go ahead and show me.
I have not said that. I said that you order that it's standard that in a hospice patient, you can use Haldol for nausea or also for psychosis or agitation. Both ways will be used. And
Yes, sir.
but as a first line, I would use a promethazine or something similar for the nausea. But if that doesn't work and the nurse calls me up or the family, I will say, give the Haldol.
Yeah, there's no note in Shirley Couch's record that said promethazine did not work as an antiemetic, right?
Right. And I'm saying this is typical comfort. This is a typical comfort medication kit which a new hospice patient gets.
And
That's all what I'm
there's
saying.
no
This is
note-
routine prescription
Yeah.
which you give all the hospice patients to have medications on hand. If at 3 in the morning the patient gets problems and you need to treat it because there is no pharmacy in the house.
objection move to strike is non-responsive. Do you recall that the nurse instructed Bonner to give morphine on June 23rd, 2017, even when Shirley Couch's head was drooping? She couldn't even hold it up. Do you recall that?
Yes, and
Objection
Shirley,
performed to the extent it mischaracterizes evidence in the record. You may
You
answer.
answered yes. You may explain your answer.
that is, the patient
Same
was
objection.
still moaning and groaning and in pain. And that's why she told her to give more morphine. The understanding of hospice is that you take care of the comfort of the patient. The goal is to have the patient as comfortable as possible. And if you need to take, and the people were under the impression at that time that Ms. Couch was transitioning in the dying process. They
Yeah.
did not realize that she had also an ongoing UTI, which probably made some of her symptoms, definitely made some of her symptoms worse.
To admit someone to hospice, they have 6 months or less to live, right?
Not correct. If you admit somebody for hospice, a physician, the treating physician, which was in this case Dr. Park, who referred, as well as a hospice medical director, need to say if the disease runs its natural course, more likely than not, the life expectancy is less than 6 months. So a 51% chance that it's less than 6 months, they're hospice appropriate. Then after 90 days, you reevaluate it, and then and if after 6 months, as long as there's still a decline, you can recertify them. But that time, a nurse practitioner or physician has to see them too. It's a 6 month thing. And just because you're in hospice doesn't mean that you will die within 6 months. I have patients who graduated from hospice. But the condition in the judgment of the physician will lead to death in 6 months more likely than not. Not absolute.
Objection move to strike is non-responsive. I'll show you
That
what's
was the answer to your
marked as
question.
Exhibit 14. You recall reviewing the LCD?
What does it say? Oh, that documented, yeah.
Is this, you refer to this as an LCD, is that right?
Yes.
And an LCD is what?
It's a local coverage determination document by the intermediary for Medicare to decide if a patient is appropriate or not. And there are patients who fit an LCD completely, and there are other patients who have comorbidities, and together they're still less than 6 months. So this is not the absolute thing, but for some patients fit in an LCD, and other patients have, at that time, they still had failure to thrive. They're not they're not improving. They have several conditions which together will make the patient most likely die within 6 months, and that's a way how it's used.
I'm gonna have to take a short break, 5 minutes. Did we miss some?
I don't know. I see just my picture at the
Okay.
moment.
I'm going to show you what exhibit number is this, please, Madam Court Reporter?
This will be 16.
All right, I'll show you what's been previously marked as exhibit 16. You seen this document before?
No, nice lady.
Yeah, that is Shirley Couch on June 22nd, 2017.
Yeah.
Does she
Objection
appear to be
foundation.
an intractable pain to you?
Object to form.
You may answer.
Join.
Let me look at the picture.
Sure, you may make it bigger. I think you can probably.
Yeah, I'm doing bigger. Difficult to say. She has her mouth a little turned, so I cannot tell. But it's the picture. It's not a video, so I cannot tell. But she
She's watching television.
looks okay to me.
Okay. And then I want to show you a picture of her 4 days later. That was 16, Madam Court Reporter. Thank you. This is 17. Have you seen that picture before today?
No,
Does that appear to be the same woman 4 days later?
Objection foundation. Objection foundation. You can
You
answer.
may answer.
yeah, she is cleaning her mouth with one of those pads they're holding. It has oxygen on, has no longer her glasses on, looks overall sicker.
Yeah,
same.
she's sicker on the 27th. She's in worse shape on the 27th than she was on the 22nd, right?
Objection to form.
And what's your understanding about how she got that? Do you see where she has that black eye on the left?
Yeah.
What's your
Objection.
understanding about how that happened?
Objection calls for speculation.
You may answer.
I have no idea how that happened.
Is that something you'd want to know if it was your patient?
Oh yeah,
Why is that?
I just want to know, is this now an accidental? Some people have spontaneous bleeding into the eye area. Some people move around at night and hits a bed railing or something like that where it's coming from, or is somebody abusing her? You know, that's the question.
Right. And that's because patient safety, your patient safety is of paramount importance, right?
Right.
Objection to form.
Show what's been previously marked as exhibit, is this 18? Thanks. Show what's been previously marked as show you what's been previously marked as exhibit 18, and this is a photograph that was produced by the DEA. Are you familiar with the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Agency?
Yes,
Objection to form, objection
show-
foundation.
I have license from them.
Ah, that's right. That's how you are able to prescribe medicine, right?
Exactly. At
Yes,
least
sir.
scheduled medicines.
Sir?
Scheduled medicines. I could
Yes, sir.
prescribe
Right.
without
And
that.
this is a photograph that shows a potentially lethal dose of fentanyl in relation to a Lincoln Head penny. Do you
Objection
agree that
foundation. Sorry.
that's all right. Do you
Yeah.
agree that the dose in the DEA's photograph depicted as exhibit 18 relative to that Lincoln Head penny is a potentially lethal dose of fentanyl?
It
Objection
depends.
form.
Yeah.
It depends on the concentration of the fentanyl. If it's fentanyl or carfentanil, which is even more powerful and
Right.
kills people. Some stuff you just need to touch and you die, basically.
But for fentanyl, this looks about right.
Yeah, I
Same
don't know what
objection.
concentration is. So it depends on the concentration because I have never seen it in a powder form. It's either in a patch or we give it IV.
Got it. All right. So and I appreciate you asking that question. So I think I have a question here. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit 19 to your deposition. And this is another DEA photograph. And this shows the lethal doses of fentanyl, carfentanil, which you suggested earlier, which is it's a highly concentrated fentanyl, right? That's a street drug, right?
The
Objection foundation. You can answer.
Yeah,
Or
we getting
veterinary drug. Yeah.
veterinary.
ahead.
We're getting all that stuff from China right now. It's not medical fentanyl, so to speak, which we're using for patient care.
Carfentanil is used for large animals and it's a street drug, right?
Yeah.
It's a highly concentrated fentanyl, right?
Basically, yeah, and that's one when you touch it with your bare hands, you might die. Has happened.
The carfentanil.
Yeah.
Right. And you agree that with the DEA photograph that the amount of fentanyl, carfentanil, relative to heroin, that is a potentially lethal dose?
Yes.
Objection to form. You can answer.
Yes, this is illegal use. We don't use heroin at all medically, nor carfentanil, but yeah, it's extremely dangerous.
Yes, sir. I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as exhibit 20. Pretty close. Have you seen these documents before?
A copy of it, yeah.
Yes, sir. And this is, and I think you testified earlier, because we're not in a hospital setting. We don't have an MAR, medication administration record, right?
Right.
So you don't really have a record of medication administration in a home hospice setting like you would in a hospital, right? Sir?
You are correct.
Yeah. And these are, you've seen, these are the exhibits that were used in the criminal trial. Are you aware of that?
Objection
No.
calls for speculation.
You may answer.
No, as I said, I have not looked at the details in the criminal trial.
No. Well, this is the case number for the criminal trial, and these were exhibits to the criminal trial where Renee Bonner was convicted of elder abuse and attempted murder.
Mhm.
And have you reviewed these?
No,
Okay. So this on the left, 622, 623, does that appear to you to be June 22nd and 23rd?
yes,
And this, notwithstanding the spelling, does that first one appear to be morphine?
it could be, yeah.
Objection
And-
calls for speculation.
And below that on the 23rd, it's like, it reads hydrocodone.
Yeah, yeah,
That could be hydrocodone.
yeah. I
And then-
just,
I'm sorry.
it's spelled, but it probably is supposed to be hydrocodone.
Right. And beneath that is like morphine, morphine, morphine. Is that right?
Yeah,
And then
that's,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
yeah, that's she had the liquid, so that must be milliliter.
Right,
0.
and that's yeah, and that's a sublingual, or you inject it into the mouth, right? Not
Yeah, you-
inject.
Objection form calls for
Jesus.
speculation.
Yeah, you don't inject it, so you
Right.
give it in the mouth. You sometimes use a syringe to get it in, and in reality, it will not be absorbed. They say sublingually, but most of it needs to be actually swallowed down in the stomach and go through the metabolism there.
Got it.
But yes, that's how
And
it
you
works.
remember the dose of morphine that she was getting? It was, go ahead.
This is 0.25 milliliter is equivalent to 5 milligrams.
Yeah, because she was, her dose was 20 milligrams per milliliter, right?
Exactly, and they deliver 30 milliliters.
What
In
would
the-
say? What
The
was that?
farm they had 30 milliliters per bottle.
Right. And did you see that large bottle in the coroner's photographs that was not accounted for?
I did not.
Objection to form, objection to the extent it mischaracterizes evidence and testimony and records. Go ahead.
I did not have a photograph from the coroner.
Did you
Uh,
review the coroner's report or the coroner's file?
The report I reviewed, and the patient, while the coroner was in there, and they stopped some of the medication, she actually woke up per coroner.
Uh-huh.
And but I did not see in the pharmacy records 100 milliliter bottle. I saw 30 milliliter, or did I miss something?
And did you see the body cam in the coroner's report that Dr. Shiver was referring to in his deposition?
Body cam? What for body cam?
The body cam where they were filming what was going on the 26th.
Oh, any films?
Okay. So each time it reads 0.25, that was likely 5 milligrams of morphine. Is that right?
Yes.
Objection
If
calls for speculation. You can answer.
If- the morphine from the prescribed by the hospice agency, yes.
And Dr. Shiver is the one writing the prescription, right?
Yes.
And then on the bottom, it's 2-diazepam, and diazepam is also known as,
Valium.
And that's not that's a benzodiazepine, right? Not an opioid.
Correct.
But it can also, taking benzodiazepines and opioids together can compound the CNS effect, right?
Yes, and the main worry about when you combine them is respiratory depression.
Right.
People
And
stop.
yes, sir. By CNS, I was talking about the central nervous system, and it can ultimately lead to respiratory depression, loss of consciousness, and death, right?
Right.
And have we gone down still on exhibit? This is 20, I think. Yes, thank you. Page 2.
21.
Oh, 21. This is 21. Page 2 of 21. This is more the same. This is, looks like 5-diazepam. Is that right? On June 23rd.
Objection calls for speculation. You can answer.
Yeah, it looks like a number 5 from behind it that says diazepam, and I'm wondering if that's for the whole day, but I'm speculating. I haven't seen those papers.
Yes, sir. And on immediately beneath that, it reads 624. And then we've got morphine, 0.5. So now that's 10 milligrams, right?
Yeah.
Same objection.
And then diazepam, 1 tablet. That's again a benzodiazepine, not an opioid, right? Same value.
Same objection.
Right.
I don't see the numbers behind it, but
Oh, well, are you talking about the morphine or the diazepam?
yeah, of any of those. I see just, it's nice and big. I can see it, but I don't see the
Oh,
back.
well, maybe let me make it bigger. Do you see the 0.5 to the right of morphine
No,
here?
I see diets, and there it stops.
Good.
Just for my explanation, is that what Miss Bonner wrote herself? Yeah, here I see it. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
All right. So then, and so these are times 6, 9, 30, 11, 02, and 3. Morphine, diazepam, morphine on June 24th, according to this note, right?
Objection. Foundation calls for speculation.
Yeah. Is that right?
Yeah, no, it looks as if she got 3 times in that time frame morphine and 1 time diazepam.
Then on the next page, this is page 3.
If you could make that a little bit, yeah,
Sure.
perfect. No, that's too big.
Okay. How about
Yeah.
that? Yep. So this is on the next page.
Yeah.
This is given 425, then 330, 530, 730, 930. It looks like diazepam, Ativan.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
it says, see where it reads sleeping.
Objection to form. Foundation calls for speculation.
And it reads over here to the right, morphine 0.25, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 0.25. Is that right?
Same
Yes.
objection.
That's what it says. I don't know if what's the sleeping means, if it's been given while she's sleeping, or is she sleeping afterwards? I don't know,
Yes, sir. And then beneath that, it's got a star. Any pain at all, give 0.25 morphine. Is that right?
Yeah.
Right. And you recall from the chart that some of the nurses said that Shirley Couch was transitioning during this time?
Yes, they thought she,
Objection. Foundation. Go ahead. You can answer.
yeah, it looked as if the nurses were under the impression that the patient had a rapid decline and was probably in the dying process.
Yes, sir. And you can get a rapid decline and appear to be in the dying process when you're given many doses of morphine and benzodiazepines, right?
Objection to form. You can answer.
You may answer.
join.
Yes, if you take a lot of narcotics, you decline. You know, same way. But the question is, what is being treated? If the pain is being treated, you give more morphine, but you don't give it all the time. But she is on a lot of morphine and diazepam, and you treat for results, so to speak. And in hindsight, when she came to the hospital, she had looks as if she had also UTI, which can also make a decline. And she had chronic UTIs can make get mental status changes as a compounding factor in that too. Yes.
Yes, sir. And all the time, she actually got the fentanyl was applied on June 22nd, right?
Objection calls for speculation. You can answer.
I'm not totally sure when it was applied. I think it was prescribed on June 22nd.
Yes, sir. And 50 microgram fentanyl patch that administers 120 milligrams of morphine equivalent opioids per day, right?
Equivalent, yes. It depends a little bit on the patient and everything, yes. But
Right.
60 is around 25, and that is 120, yeah.
Yeah. So in addition to the morphine that's being administered, she's also getting 120 milligrams a day from the fentanyl patch, right?
Yes.
Objection, foundation calls for speculation.
So if she has a fentanyl patch on, it needs probably a good day, maybe 2 days before you're in a steady state. So, and then the hope when I order a fentanyl patch is that then they need less of the PRN as needed morphine. So normally I would expect if the fentanyl patch has kicked in, she wouldn't need extra doses or so many extra doses. If there is no, if there's reasonable pain control.
You don't use fentanyl for acute pain, right?
No, only in the hospital when I give we give it sometimes IV, you know, for acute post-op pain or so. But normally, the fentanyl patch is for the baseline pain management for the chronic pain. But in hospice patients, I might start also out with a fentanyl patch and give with the hope that then over a day or 2 or 3, we need to give less oral medication. The patient is more comfortable and can enjoy life better.
Right. But the way you would proceed, I mean, in caring for your patient, if morphine is not controlling intractable pain, say you've got a cancer patient or someone with severe pain, and the morphine doesn't work, then you would switch to something like fentanyl because it's chronic pain, right?
Yeah, I might not even switch. I might just want to reduce a dose which needs to be given either IV or subcutaneous injections or by mouth to have a baseline pain control. So I might add a 50, 100, or 25 microgram patch depending on the dose of morphine he's getting. Continue the morphine. It's like a basal rate, and then over time, the as needed morphine should go down and down and down. You know.
Right. All right. Yeah. So you would transition from morphine to fentanyl, right?
Yes, or continue with for breakthrough pain. You still continue as needed morphine, but you would expect and hope that after a day or 2 or 3, it would be less. Or if it's still not well controlled, then I might add a higher dose of a patch to it as a next step.
Yes, sir. And so on June 25th, again, in addition to the fentanyl, now we've got 3 a.m. morphine, diazepam, 3:45, more morphine, 4:30. There's nothing out there, presumably more morphine, but we don't know. Go ahead. Yep.
It says 0.25, so I would assume it's a morphine, but I don't know. It's speculation.
I agree. I mean, yeah. So then we've got at 8:48, 0.5, and over on the left, it looks like 15 MU. I'm not sure what that is. but 0.25, can you read that?
I cannot say that. I have really bad handwriting, but we need a pharmacist for that who can read my hand. Trained. But it could be, is it 15 times 0.25? I don't know.
Yeah. So then we've got at 8:57 diazepam again, morphine again, and these presumably when it's 0.25, 0.50, 0.25, 0.25, that's morphine, right?
Yeah.
Objection, calls for speculation, foundation.
Yeah, I said I'm speculating, but it looks like it makes sense. Let's put it this way. But
Well, at least you've got a willingness to make a rational call, right? Willingness is what counts, right, doctor?
Exactly. We talked about that earlier.
All right. So the next page is blank. Then we've got another page. And now we've gone to, this looks a little more like a medication administration record, right? You've got the blanks with the check boxes.
Yeah.
Objection form.
More professional.
So then you've got 3 columns here, morphine, Ativan, and Valium. And you've got check marks in the morphine column. And it looks like when they run out of room, there are times to the left and times to the right. And then looks like now it's not 0.25 or 0.5. Now it looks like it's a full 1 milliliter, right?
Objection, foundation, calls for speculation.
What does ML stand for?
Milliliter.
All right, does that look like 1 ml? What does 1 ml stand for?
1 milliliter.
And how many milligrams of morphine were contained in 1 milliliter of this solution prescribed by Dr. Schreiber?
20 milligrams.
So each time it says 1 milliliter, 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 1 milliliter.
And
1 milliliter, 1 milliliter. Those are, that's presumably, that's 20 milligrams of morphine.
morphine. So it means
Objection, foundation, calls for speculation.
You may answer.
it means that in the eye of the beholder, the fentanyl patch was not enough, and the patient was in excruciating pain and needed more pain medicine.
Right.
And for that is the reason why we have the morphine bottles there, that the family can give treat to effect
Got it.
of pain control and comfort.
Then we've got Ativan. We've got 1, 2, looks like 3, 4 boxes checked for Ativan and 1 for Valium.
Yes,
Okay.
and then
Objection, calls for speculation.
a 0.5 milliliter, but I don't know, it was a 0.5 milligram, the prescription. But it looks like it, but I didn't write it. It's not an official thing, but.
Yes, sir. Then on to the next page. This is page 5 of 6. Well, another blank. This is, let's see. Is it the same? Yeah, I think that's it for that document. I tell you, it's 7 o'clock. I've got plenty to do, but we can reconvene another day. I mean, I don't want to.
I mean, it depends on how long you need. If it's just 15 minutes, we can just finish, you know.
Well, probably not just 15 minutes.
I meant.
Let me see, maybe we can do the rest at trial too. I don't, none of this is, I don't think anything's going to change too much.
I leave that up to you guys. I'm
All right, ladies, how are you feeling?
water and
Are you asking me?
Yes, and Sharonda.
Yeah, that feels great.
You're all right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thanks for asking.
I have to admit, I drank one of those Celsius sparkling drink. There's 200 milligrams of caffeine, so I still feel good.
200 milli. How many is in a cup of coffee?
But probably 3 cups of coffee or so.
Oh wow, that's a that's a lot.
You get it at but a fresh market. It's has vitamins in it. It's supposed to be healthy, but
Yeah, well, that's yeah.
probably not.
Anything loaded with sugar, they can write some vitamins on the side, and I think we're all falling for it.
Doesn't have sugar in it, so that's a good part. You know.
All right. Did you is this 22, Madam Court Reporter?
Yes,
Did you listen to Dr. Singh's statement, her recorded statement in the GBI report?
No. I have no videos. I have no camera stuff or whatever.
No audio of the
No
GBI.
audio.
Were you aware that she diagnosed Shirley Couch to be in a drug-induced coma? Were you aware of that?
Which
Objection
would,
calls for speculation. You can answer.
I mean, I saw the records from the ER and from the hospital. She was not in a coma, so it couldn't be a drug-induced coma. When the she talked to the gave answers to the even if they didn't make sense completely, to the EMS people, as well as coroner said that she woke up and said some stuff. So she was not in a coma, at least when she came to the hospital. So I cannot understand how Dr. Singh could say she's in a coma when she saw her, because she clearly was, per the records, not in a coma.
So let's look at exhibit 22, 23, Madam Court Reporter.
yes,
223. Can you see that all right, doctor?
Yeah, I cannot read it right now. You need to.
Well, let me scroll them down. I don't want to,
Yeah.
I'll try to shorten this as much as I can. This is Dr. Singh's interview with Katie Hartzog. Katie Hartzog is the GBI agent. Are you familiar with like TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation,
Yes.
GBI, FBI?
I had some as my patients. Yeah.
Yes, sir. And she's asking Dr. Singh, for her, basically, you know, she actually, the way the comatose situation that she was arrived in, I would say that she has been given a good dose or very frequent dosing, and the family's description was every 15 minutes. Just the fact that she arrived on the 26th, she slept through the 27th for the most part. She woke up on the 28th to talk. That's already saying that she probably had a good dosing. Do you see that?
If she slept, I'm not surprised by all her illnesses, but she's not comatose.
Well, Dr. Singh, would you not defer to Dr. Singh?
Per her
Objection
record,
form.
per the records, it's not a full-fledged coma. I think it's a maybe maybe it's semantics, you know, but if it were my resident or fellow, I would tell them, don't do that.
Okay, but she's a board certified physician. She's not a resident or a fellow. Were you aware of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
She's a member of the same internal medicine board that you're a member of,
Doesn't
Same
mean anything.
objection.
right? Well, I mean, she can make a diagnosis, right?
She can make a diagnosis, but doesn't mean that Monday morning quarterbacking that everybody agrees with it or not, you know.
Right.
But if she would say altered mental status, I would agree with it, you know, or
Okay.
less. But it's not a full-fledged coma, that's all.
So you would say she was suffering from an altered mental status from the drugs that she was administered, as opposed to in a full-fledged coma.
Yeah, she was.
Objection to form mischaracterizes earlier testimony.
Join.
So just to clarify, I would say that, and I think it's a combination of her of her medication effect as well as effect of her urinary tract infection, which they treat actually when she comes in the hospital, and her dehydration. So that altogether alone could make, so either one alone could make mental status changes, and the combination makes it obviously worse and potentiates it.
Okay. So your view is it's a combination of the drugs and the her UTI.
UTI,
Objection to form to the extent it mischaracterizes earlier testimony. You can answer.
You may answer.
as well as dehydration. Yeah, nobody can say that the medications did not have any effect, you know, and it's a combination. But she, and then I see but I'm saying that the hospice nurses and doctors prescribed reasonable medications, but that's a different thing, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Singh there, I see that speculates if she was appropriate for hospice or not, you know, but that's not her point at that moment, you know.
Yeah, well, she didn't speculate. She said, I did not think it was indicated.
Yeah,
Patient
but
did not want to go back to the hospice, right?
she, the patient wanted to go, family came to have her in hospice, as well as
For the
primary-
record, we're looking at page 35. You're reading page 21. I do not know. Based on that, I do not think it was indicated, and patient herself did not want to go back on the hospice.
Yeah, back on hospice makes sense. Things have changed now. But the family and patients at referral of the doctor, a primary care doctor, thought in the beginning hospice was appropriate, and with the comorbidities and being in April in the hospital, and then in rehab, and then again in being in the hospital again in May, and having had a decline in her overall status, it was reasonable to consider her for hospice.
Well, she said she didn't belong in hospice in the first place. You hadn't read this, right?
No, but I'm seeing that, that is her speculation afterwards. She same way you said, oh, I'm with a coma, but they're facts. This was a reasonable hospice admission at that point in time. Obviously, later on, if she would have done better, or then she would have gotten off hospice. But the idea of hospice was not back. It depends on the goal of care for the patient and the family. You can go either way. That's what I'm saying.
You can go either way on what?
It's at the end, a doctor thinks the patient probably in the whole position will live less than 6 months in his or her judgment. So you refer to hospice. That's your opinion. And you have seen that because of the clinical decline over the last couple of months. And that's what Dr. Park did. He referred to hospice then because he thought that, and so she gets referred to the hospice. They look at the records and see, okay, that is reasonable. She has really rapidly declined, and so we need to. They want her to be on hospice and to enjoy the last days of life, last 6 months of life, and be comfortable and don't think about prolongation of life. But then but that was probably not Miss Couch's idea in the end, and that's why hospice was, and the rest of the family, and that's why hospice was revoked, and that was reasonable too. And
You're aware that she's still alive, right?
Yes, which is wonderful.
Yeah, it's 6 years later, not 6 months.
Yeah, isn't that great?
It is great.
And that's what I said before. I have had patients who were at one time in their course admitted to hospice, and they're still alive. 5, 6, 10 years later.
Yeah. Do you think that Dr. Shiver prolonged her life?
She's still alive, so he didn't
You
kill her.
think he was responsible in any way for that?
She could relax. No. No, that is just, I'm saying it was not unreasonable for Dr. Shiver to admit her to hospice at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
And he would not, and how the course then happened. And if now and I don't know if that's true or not, but the court found that somebody wanted to let her go, that's a different story. I don't think that as a hospice doctor that somebody wants to kill my patients,
Mm-hmm.
That's a different, that is a very different issue. And I assume that the family members want the best for their patient, and for their loved ones. And it looks like it because when, if I wanted to kill somebody, I wouldn't write every 1 milliliter down. I would give everything at once and be done with it. I wouldn't do that, but if somebody is this, and so it's a very, so for me, it looked that for the hospice people, it looked if this is a decline in the status, which is not unexpected, which can happen. And so the goal is to let her pass on peacefully, then you do all those things. But if the goal is to live longer, and if you have other reasons why you might be getting more in pain and more confused because you have an underlying UTI or other issues, then that's a different story. If patients,
you know that she was cleared for knee surgery, right?
Objection to form mischaracterizes evidence and falsely states evidence in the record.
You may have
Join.
when was she cleared for a knee surgery?
March that year.
Objection to form mischaracterizes evidence in the record.
But she didn't get it, right? That is a
Whether
decision.
she got it, she was cleared for it. Do you not recall it? She was cleared for knee surgery?
If
Objection to form
I want to
mischaracterizes
answer my
evidence in the
question
record.
first. Was she cleared for knee surgery? Do you recall that she was cleared for knee surgery? Earlier that same year, she was admitted to hospice. 2 months earlier.
Same objection form.
I do not know why that is relevant to the.
It's not my objection. Move to strike is non-responsive. Relevancy is not your issue, doctor. You're here to answer questions.
Going about clinical, and if she was cleared for knee surgery, great.
Right.
But she declined afterwards. That's why the doctor decided. I mean, she's not on hospice for knee pain.
Yeah. Right.
And also, if I have somebody coming into under my care, my ER or my hospital, and I think they have a drug overdose, I will give them antagonistic medications to reverse that. So I would give, there's medications to reverse benzodiazepines, and there's medications to reverse Narcan to reverse opiates, and they did not do that in the ER. No, Dr. Singh did do it, so it was not if somebody's in coma, you would do that.
Objection, move to strike as non-responsive. Can you see the screen, doctor?
Yeah.
You see what I've highlighted on page 13 of 101? Dr. Singh, for her, basically, she actually, the way the comatose situation that she had arrived in, you see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I would say that she had been given either a good dose. And you say that's not a coma, that's an altered mental status, right?
Objection to form. You can answer.
You do not talk when you're in a coma.
Mm-hmm.
And if she would have been in a coma, for airway protection alone, she would have had to be intubated, and she would have had to get any reasonable doctor if that would have given medications to reverse the effects of the medications. And that was not done there. So it cannot have been that bad.
Her altered mental status, you mean?
No, the altered mental status can be really bad. People are delirious and confused and everything. But if she would have been in a deep coma, you would have had to give her medications to reverse it if you practice standard of care.
You see, we're at the top of 15. No, you don't agree with Dr. Singh, right?
I'm not completely disagreeing with her. I'm saying it was maybe more complex. That she had an infection, she had a dehydration. Yes, she had also an overdose on the medication, but not enough to necessitate a reversal with of either the benzodiazepines or the
right. I'm gonna have to take a break, doctor.
She just needed to sleep it out, which is good.
Which is what she did, right?
That is good, and but that doesn't mean that the hospice doctor or nurses did anything wrong.
Dr. Habermann, do you need to get up and stretch your legs or get something to drink? I think we're off the record because counsel for plaintiff turned off his video and walked away.
Okay.
All righty. We starting now?
Yes. Did you read Ms. Bonner's statement to the GBA?
But I don't know what's the statement. I read her deposition, but I don't know what the statement is.
Well, her deposition, I don't think she said anything. She pled the Fifth Amendment.
Yeah, and so I didn't see any statement. Is that from the trial or?
Well, there's trial testimony. There's a statement though to Katie Hartzog, the same GBI agent that interviewed Dr. Singh. You didn't see anything.
Well, if I would have read it, I don't remember it anymore. That would have been more than a year ago.
Now, your understanding for Dr. Shiver, this was what he called moonlighting. You remember reading that?
No, yeah.
Object to form.
Let me answer.
it's part of their his duties, but it's outside of his regular practice.
Right. He had a regular practice across town where he and his partner cared for 3,000 patients, right?
Yeah, objective form calls for speculation.
And he was also, he covered for himself 24/7, 365, right?
Objection to form calls for speculation.
You remember that?
Not unreasonable. A lot of solo practitioners do that, and then they find coverage when they go on vacation or get sick or something.
Yeah, but he didn't have anyone cover for him. Do you remember reading that in his deposition?
I don't recall that, but I
Okay.
believe you.
Do you think, I mean, is it possible to run a 3,000 plus patient medical practice with one other physician and cover a hospice as a medical director? The sole
Objective form.
and to do that 24/7, 365 days a year.
You just
Objection to form calls for
Objective form.
speculation.
you just told me he had a partner for the practice, so it's 1,500 per doctor. There are doctors who have 3,000 or 5,000 patients, so that's not unheard of in particular family medicine or primary care, and do the hospice visit. That's not unreasonable at all.
Okay.
Hardworking people, and often there's a shortage of colleagues.
So you saw earlier that Dr. Schreiber was denied privileges, right?
Objection to form calls for speculation.
Objective form.
Answer.
Yeah, I don't know if he was denied privileges or what was behind it, but I saw the paperwork, but there was no, it never said denied, unless you have a different form which says that. He seemed to have been moved from one to the other.
Moved from a staff physician with admitting
Correct.
privileges to like a courtesy appointment.
Objection to form calls for speculation.
Objective
Yes.
form.
It's speculation, yeah, but
Well,
it looks
you
like
saw-
it.
Yeah, well, you saw the letters, right?
Same objection.
Yeah, but they all time say reappointment. So that's what I said before. The letters are kind of confusing. When I get a letter appointed, I think normally, okay, I have privileges. I don't know if he's read all the bylaws or not. That's what I'm saying. I have privileges, I know it, but
You agree it's never all right to just give meds and walk away from a patient?
Objection to form.
Join.
it depends on what's going on with the patient and what the medication are. So you need to be a little bit more specific about that.
Well, do you know Dr. Peralta, the other expert that the defense has employed as a hospice director?
No.
Okay. He gave a talk and he said it's never all right to just give meds and walk away. That was on February 16th, 2016 at mmlearn.org.
Objective form.
You may
Join.
answer.
That still doesn't, it depends on the details. I mean, what is he talking about? I give an antibiotic and move on, or Lasix and move on, or I give the pain medicine, it works and I move on. Why would why would you stay with a patient if he or she's doing well? Every day when you go to your doctor, you get the medication prescribed and you move on and he moves on, So it depends on the context. That's what I mean.
Dr. Peralta, do you agree that you can prescribe 10,000 milligrams of morphine to be administered to a patient in a single day, and that's within the standard of care and can be medically appropriate?
I don't know who got
Objective
10
form.
often.
And
I haven't seen that. This is speculative. Miss Couch didn't get 10,000 milligram of morphine on a day.
No. No, but you agree that you can give a patient 10,000 milligrams of morphine in a single day?
Objection to form.
Go ahead.
Theoretically, yes, but I haven't seen it, you know.
Have you ever done it?
I said I haven't seen it. How would I have
You ever
done it? But I've had patients who had
No, that's not my question. My question is, have you ever administered 10,000 milligrams of morphine to a patient in a single day?
No,
Or ordered it?
Objection to
What about
form.
9,000?
no,
8,000?
Objection to form.
7,000?
no,
Objection to form.
6,000?
no,
Objection to form.
5,000?
Objection to form.
no,
4,000?
Objection to form.
I'm just thinking out. Might be, maybe.
3,000?
Same
As-
objection.
Or in a patient who is terminal in the hospital, in the unit, and we're giving high dose of morphine, we might give 10 or 20 milligram of morphine IV plus PN there. It can happen, yeah, per hour.
Right, but Shirley Couch was not a terminal cancer patient in intractable pain, was she? Right?
She was not a
Objection to form. Compound.
So if a physician testified that he would has no issues giving 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, and even 10,000 milligrams of morphine to a patient in a single day, what would you tell that physician?
Object to
Objection
form.
to form calls for an incomplete
Object to
hypothetical.
form.
You may answer.
It depends on the situation, on the patient. So you have a patient who works his way up and he said, hi, I probably would recommend to switch to a different medication, but there is no limit for morphine officially, but I haven't seen that with 10,000 units, you know.
You wouldn't, right? You would not.
That patient would be in the,
Objection to form calls for incomplete hypothetical.
You would not give a patient 10,000 milligrams of morphine in a single day, would you?
Same objection.
I don't know. I haven't met such a patient, but if a patient would need it, I would give it. But I haven't met one who would need that because there is no absolute limit on the morphine dose. But 10,000 sounds very outlandish there.
All right.
But that doesn't mean that colleagues who do palliative care in the hospital don't do that.
Would you have a non-medical and non-nursing employee administer fentanyl, morphine, hydrocodone, diazepam, Ativan, and Valium to a patient?
Yeah, if it's a family member who is the caregiver, yes, in hospice. It's not but I wouldn't send out the social worker or somebody or a chaplain to administer the medication. No. It needs to be a nurse or sometimes there are medication techs in nursing homes or so, but no, the medication, but if it's given from a family member, that's their right. And if by coincidence that's an employee, they would not act as an employee at that moment, they would act as a family member.
And what would you give? What's the maximum dose you would give an opioid naive patient in a hospice setting? That was,
Objection to form to
it
the
did
extent
not
it
have cancer.
mischaracterizes Ms. Couch's opioid status.
You can answer.
It depends on what the patient needs. That's why I'm starting out with either some oral morphine pills or with not hydrocodone pills or oxycodone pills, and then I would give it every 4 to 6 hours and see what their need is. The illness, the patients will decide on how much it needs to get the pain, and if the patient gets sleepy, then you don't give more of it.
Mhm.
But I would not put somebody on 10,000 milligram of morphine as a first dose. No,
No, a first dose would be what, every 4 to 6 hours?
7.5 milligrams of hydrocodone, or 10 milligram, 5 milligram of morphine every couple of hours. Yeah.
Okay. Then if she got sleepy, you would stop.
Yeah. Unless the pain is excruciating, then it's a different story. It's all times to treat for the pain. Because you are here in hospice. You are not in acute care hospital, or even if you are where your goal is to live as long as possible. In hospice, you're thinking about comfort of the patient, and you are at and you're thinking it's end of life, and it's a different approach.
A patient that I'll show you again. I don't remember the exhibit number. This is Shirley Couch on June 22nd, 2017, sitting up in bed watching television. Do you see that? You remember that photograph?
Yeah.
Objection,
How much
foundation.
morphine would you start that patient on?
It depends
Objection calls for
Object to form.
incomplete
Object to
hypothetical.
form.
You
It
may
depends
answer.
on how much pain she tells me she has. I probably would start with 5 milligram, and if the other medications I have tried before, like the Tylenol, the Lyrica, the Duloxetine, the topical gels don't work, yeah, then you give more, because the goal is to keep her comfortable, and whatever she got at that moment looks as if it's working, but the illness changes.
So it'd be 5 milligrams of morphine every 4 to 6 hours.
As needed. Nothing was scheduled. It was all PRN as needed.
Okay. But no more than that, right?
Objection to form.
You may answer.
Join.
It depends on what the result of the medication is, of the first dose. Does she have relief or not? If she has no relief, we might give a second dose early, or the next dose might be higher. It is truly depending on the effect on the patient.
Does Ms. Couch in that photograph on June 22nd, 2017 appear to be an intractable pain to you?
Objection, foundation
Object
calls
to
for
form.
speculation.
You may answer.
Join.
You cannot say that, because it's a point of time. It's one picture. Doesn't mean that half an hour before she didn't have horrible pain and got morphine, or some other pain, or that she doesn't have in a half an hour again pains. You can.
Did I say anything about a half hour before or a half hour after in that question? Read back my question, please, Madam Court Reporter.
I'm answering how
Objection to form, argumentative.
Read it back, please, ma'am.
Ms. Couch, in that photograph on June 22nd, 2017, does that appear that she's in intractable pain to you?
What did I answer?
You can't say that's a point in time. A picture does not mean did not have horrible pain and got morphine or some other pain medication, or that she didn't have in half an hour.
Yeah, that's my answer.
No, there's a lot more to it.
Did I say a half hour or a half hour? That was it.
Thank you. Does she appear to be in intractable pain in that photograph? That's the question.
Same
I
objection.
I gave you my answer. You cannot answer that from a photograph. I'm seeing it as a clinician, as a physician. You might see it as a lawyer and layperson, different stories. I cannot say from the photograph if she is in severe pain or not, or what was before or after. At that moment, she looks pretty settled and comfortable for me. And I said that before.
Yes,
But
sir.
I make my pain management decisions based on one picture.
Yes, sir. And would you apply a 50 microgram fentanyl patch to that patient at 5 o'clock that same day?
Object to
Objection to
form.
Yes.
Object to form. Foundation calls for speculation and complete hypothetical.
It depends on what her
You
complaint.
might.
So I'm telling you, this is my answer. Yes, if the patient needed narcotics before and the pain was not controlled, and the patient and the family tell me she's in excruciating pain, and despite giving all these medications, she has not gotten better. Yes, then I would start a different medication or add something to it.
You would start a 50 microgram fentanyl patch.
I might have
Objection to
started
form.
microgram.
Join.
What?
Join.
I might have started the 25 microgram fentanyl patch as a conservative person. However, that's in the eye of the beholder and in the clinical judgment. And furthermore, when you look later on at her clinical course, she gets all this extra morphine and Valium, despite being on a full-fledged 50 microgram fentanyl patch. That tells me she didn't have too much with that.
Objection, non-responsive, move to strike. I'll show you what's been previously marked as exhibit. Is 23,
24.
24, thank you. Show you what's been previously marked as exhibit 24. Are you familiar with the University of Florida?
I know about it, yeah.
You familiar with Shands?
Yeah,
What is Shands?
a hospital of the University of Florida.
It's a teaching hospital, right?
Yeah.
You agree tolerance implies less than the expected response to an opioid?
Yeah,
Tolerance can be a genetic predisposition or acquired.
yeah.
At this point, there is no way to predict genetic traits that would require higher starting doses.
Okay.
Acquired tolerance is the primary focus of this review. As patients take opioids, they will require higher doses to obtain the desired pain relief, right?
Yeah.
For example, transdermal fentanyl patches should only be used in patients who are already receiving opioid therapy and who have demonstrated tolerance and who are not opioid naive, right?
Yes, and there is
Object to form.
that
Join.
is the this is not the Bible. So this is that depends on the situation, and then there is a difference if you're using it for a hospice patient or if you're using it for a regular pain patient, and there is a difference how much you are giving. It depends on the reason why you are giving it. And yes, you need to, before you increase the fentanyl patch, you need to wait. You cannot, after 18 hours or 12 hours, take the fentanyl patch on and put the next strength on it. It needs a while to get into a steady state. And then it has to do with the patient. If they have trouble swallowing the big capsules with the long acting, then you use earlier a patch.
Giving potent long-acting opioids like a fentanyl patch to opioid-naive patients has resulted in deaths.
Yeah, know that.
Thus, fentanyl patches should not be used for acute pain, right?
Yes, this is a hospice.
Object to form.
Join.
Opioid tolerance is defined in the fentanyl official labeling as those who take at least 60 milligrams of oral morphine daily.
Object to form.
And
Object to form.
Join.
Right?
I don't understand the question. You don't need to. I'm saying we are treating pain, not that she had tolerance. So I don't understand what the worrying about the tolerance is.
That's not my question. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Opioid tolerance is defined in the fentanyl official labeling as those who take at least 60 milligrams of oral morphine daily or an equal analgesic dose of another opioid.
Yeah.
Objection to form.
This is the lowest daily dose of opioid a patient must be receiving in order to be prescribed the lowest dose of fentanyl patches.
Objection to form.
Object to form.
Join.
Yes, and that this is of them, and it's FDA endorsed, and we're talking about long-term pain management. We are not talking. They are not talking about hospice patients only, or not about patients who might have trouble swallowing.
You see this chart, minimum opioid, and this all, everything I just read to you, this is right out of the fentanyl package insert, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't mean.
Objection to form. The witnesses testify that this is not applicable to hospice patients. So this, I have a standing objection to this whole entire line of questioning.
Join.
You do not have a standing objection. You have to make an objection. And
I have a
the
standing
next
objection.
question is, does a PDR only apply or not apply in a hospice setting?
No, but what is written in the PDR is not necessarily gospel either. We often use medications off label and use in clinical different settings. And this is a conservative approach. And the idea is, yes, people have died from fentanyl patch overdose because people used it wrongly. And they used for very mild pain a fentanyl patch, and then the people got an opioid overdose. Miss Couch, on the other hand, got already opiates orally. And so, the question was of how do you give it? You know, and the goal with a fentanyl patch is that she doesn't need to swallow so much, and it's a judgment of the prescriber. And the nurses need to follow what the prescriber says.
In general, tolerance does not develop in days, right?
Correct.
Objection to form.
Opioid naive implies patients are not chronically receiving opioids on a daily basis, right?
Objection to form.
In general, yes, but she had the tramadol. I don't know how much or not. We don't know that, but for Dr. Shiver, when he got the referral, it said in the note that she is getting 50 milligrams 3 times a day PRN. So for him, it's not. It's a different situation at that moment. But I agree with the article in general, and I'm practicing like that too for my regular clinic patients all the time. But there are exceptions to the rule all the time. If
Objection, move to strike is not responsive. That's why you have to take a patient history, doctor, right?
I need to
Form.
have
You have to take a patient history, right?
take it
Object to
somewhat
form.
from being reported to me.
Sir,
Particular setting. In the hospice setting, it's not standard of care that the physician examines the patient before they get on hospice.
that's not my question. Are you serious?
I'm serious.
Did you read back my question, please, Madam Court Reporter?
No, I just tried to answer your question. Sorry.
Do you need to take a break, Dr. Habermann?
It's okay. I just got the page from the hospital, but it's all okay. Good. Sorry, I was a little distracted. You heard probably my page.
Are you on call?
I'm all times on call.
So you are on call now.
Yeah.
All right.
That's why you had to take a patient history.
Yes, when you do a pain management, you need to know the patient's history. Yeah, correct.
Opioid naive implies patients are not chronically receiving opioids on a daily basis, right?
Right.
Objection to form.
And you gave me 2 days in May, total of 2 out of 30 days that Shirley Couch received opioids, right?
Objection to form. This
I
witness
gave-
has testified that this
Not 2
publication does not
consecutive
apply to
days, just
hospice.
2 days in a month.
Where she
Same
got
objection.
IV opioids, and there is an order for filled prescription for 3 times a day tramadol, which is in the referral notes to the hospice agency. Yeah.
So, okay, you said there were a total of 2 days that she received opioids that month, right? Not consecutive, but 2 days, 1 day by IV, right?
And I
Objection to
do not
To the extent it characterizes earlier testimony.
know how much tramadol she took.
Right.
At the supplies to take up to 3 times a day tramadol, which is a mild opiate.
Right. Tramadol is mild.
Yeah.
But you don't have any evidence that she took that.
I don't know.
But you don't have any evidence that she did.
It was filled, so I don't know.
Well, it was filled the same 90, which is a 30-day supply, was filled 13 months earlier, right?
Yes.
You said if she was taking it at all, it would be not much.
in the year before.
Objection mischaracterizes earlier testimony.
I don't know what she was doing after she picked it up. I know she went to the hospital. She had pain. She went to the doctor with her 2 daughters, and he referred her to hospice. And just
Objection, move to strike is non-responsive. How many fentanyl patches can you apply to one patient at a single time?
depends what the patient needs. I have had patients who had 4 or 5 patches. It
Okay.
becomes expensive, but 100 microgram patches, because they need, was maximum I've seen was 6, because they had really bad pain and they had trouble swallowing, and they did not want to be on an IV pump, which we would have gladly given them.
Are these terminal cancer patients?
Terminal patients, yeah, not necessarily cancer, also other things, but yeah. Patients appropriate for long-term opioid use. One was an attorney, still alive.
That's good. Whether he's a lawyer or she's a lawyer or not, it's good that that person's still alive. You read Teresa Allen's deposition,
I read it, yeah,
Ashley
Right.
Marshall's deposition,
I think so, yeah.
Chris Pippin.
I don't remember all the names now, but I told you the list of the people. Which I read before, you know, so
Yeah, I don't have Pippin.
I don't know.
Fowler. What about Fowler?
I need to look at the list. I don't. There were so many, it's so long ago, so many depositions, one goes to the other. So what were the names of the people again? Teresa Allen, Tracy Benson, Renee Bonner, George Bonner, Rachel McKnight, Ashley Mercer, Dr. Parks, Myron Park, Janelle Perry, Casey Phillips, Jennifer Rowland, Julie Rust, and Rebecca Smith.
So not Chris Pippin or Christine Fowler,
Mary
right?
Pippin,
What?
Mary Pippin.
Okay, same person. And Christine Fowler?
Let me look. Fowler doesn't ring a bell.
Okay.
Who is she?
You can ask the lawyer. You agree that Renee Bonner had no medical or nursing training, right?
That looks to me like it, yes. She was a regular family caregiver and family member.
And she was prescribed and administered while she was in the care of hospice in June 2017, Haldol, right?
Yeah.
Objection calls for
And then-
speculation.
Adivant, you said?
Yep. Out of
Yeah.
hand.
Calls for
Can
speculation.
you see
Objection
me
calls
all
for speculation.
I didn't know if I disappeared again. Can you see me?
I see you, yeah.
Okay. Hydrocodone,
Objection calls for speculation.
I don't know if she got on the 27th hydrocodone.
what about on the, 23rd?
Yeah, earlier she got,
Objection calls for speculation.
Morphine? No, I'm talking about from June 1st till June 26th, right?
okay,
Well, she was in the care of
Objection calls for
hospice.
speculation.
With Haldol, she was
Objection.
prescribed and received Haldol, right?
Objection calls for speculation. This witness has testified that there's no formal MAR, so he can't know what was given. So I object to these
Look,
questions.
objection, you're not making speaking objections.
I'm telling you what I'm
Madam
objecting
Court
to. I
Reporter,
want to-
mark that. I want a copy of that Monday, that section, those last 2 pages with that speaking objection. I want Haldol, she was both prescribed and administered Haldol.
Objection, same objection, same exact
Yes.
objection.
Join.
I think I've said that before, and you showed me the list of the medications which were prescribed. And I said that was the routine comfort measure pack, which normally every hospice patient can get. And so, yes, they were all prescribed.
Okay. Haldol, Ativan, hydrocodone, morphine, Valium, fentanyl. Right.
Fentanyl came later, yes.
What about Norco and Tramadol?
Yes, and the tramadol,
Objection to form.
So they were all prescribed. You're saying that you're uncertain about which ones were administered and when, is that right?
yes, and I'm saying that the prescription in a consecutive manner made sense for a hospice patient.
You agree that Shirley Couch was overdosed?
Objection to form.
You may answer.
If
Join.
if she was overdosed by her family, not by the hospice nurses. And she had, in addition to that, also looks like dehydration and a urinary tract infection, which probably made the symptoms worse. But she had a high dose of narcotics, and in the end, in the hospital, they could be washed out, and she was awake again. But she did not die of the high dose of the narcotics or benzos, nor did she have any actual harm at that moment. So I think from a hospice palliative care point of view, it was reasonable under the assumption that she is clinically declining, and to enable the family to keep her comfortable.
She was a hospice patient in June of 2017.
Yeah.
She was a patient of Dr. Shivers in June of 2017.
Dr. Shivers as well as Dr. Park, yeah.
And she was a patient of the hospice nurses that we've discussed earlier in June of 2017, right?
Yeah. Yes,
And-
correct.
And it's Dr. Shiver and the nurse's ultimate responsibility to ensure their patient's safety, right?
Objection to form.
The answer.
To
Join.
ensure it depends what you mean by safety. If there are family things going on, the nurses and the doctors have no control over that, unless it's something obvious where you need to call APS. And However, the medication prescription, yes, that's their responsibility.
It's the responsibility of the doctor and the nurses.
Not the nurses. Nurses don't prescribe. Nurses cannot diagnose. Nurses do a clinical assessment, and they report the findings to the doctors or follow the doctor's orders if the things are already there. And they communicated with the doctor that the pain was not controlled. That's why he prescribed the fentanyl patch, which was not unreasonable for a regular nurse in a patient whom they are thinking she's dying at that moment and they want to keep her comfortable. The treatment was reasonable from a nurse's point of view.
Right. It's the doctor and the nurse's responsibility to ensure that whatever family member is administering those meds is doing it appropriatly.
Objection to form.
You may answer.
It's their job is to educate them how the medications are working and how to give them, but they are not there 24/7 in the house, so you have no control over what the family or patient is doing and how much they're taking or how much they're not taking.
Yeah, but a physician, before he prescribes a drug, has to know what the drug is. Yes.
Yes, you should prescribe only something you know, or
Right, you got to know what it is. You got to know what it does.
Yeah.
Right. You got to know what the contraindications are.
Yeah.
And you know what the interactions with other drugs are.
Yeah. Or
Those
you
are all
need to,
the physician's responsibility, right?
yes.
And nurses in a hospice home setting, one of their responsibilities is to ensure that whatever family members administering drugs, that they know how to give the drug, how much to give, when to give it, and when not to give it, right?
Yeah.
Objection to form.
That's all I have. Do you have any opinions that you haven't already shared with me here today?
I don't think so. I think the patient was appropriate for the hospice people to take this information they got initially from the referring physician and from the family and the patient.
That's
And
all I have.
the nurses followed their orders and practiced within the standard of care for hospice nurse.
All right. And Bonner administered the drugs in accordance with the physician's orders.
Objection to form calls for speculation.
You may answer.
Object to form.
I don't know that they said you treat by per symptoms. So Bonner gave them as she thought the patient was suffering or not suffering.
So no one did anything wrong.
Unless you guys proved already that she was malicious. Yeah, the hospice cannot know that, or the doctors.
Anything else? Do you have any other opinions you haven't already shared with me today?
We have talked so long, I don't even know what I said and what my opinions were or not, quite frankly. You know, it's more than 4 hours now, so.
That's all I have.
Dr. Habermann, I have a few questions for you. This is Sharonda Barnes. I represent Dr. Shiver. I wanted to ask you first, what is the purpose of a comfort kit?
The purpose is to have medications in the house which can be given at any time to keep the patient comfortable. And since you cannot predict what all the symptoms will be, you normally have pain medicine in it, you have a liquid morphine in it for severe pain, you have something for constipation in it, you have something for nausea in it, you have something for anxiety or air hunger in it, and you have something for agitation in it. So the medications which were prescribed initially in this are reasonable, and was also not big numbers of pills. It's there that the family or the patient can take something the moment they get the symptoms, not waiting for to call the doctor or the nurse and then call in a pharmacy, and 3 hours later you have delivery. I mean, it needs 2 or 3 hours before before you get anything from a pharmacy. You need to have a 24-hour pharmacy if it's in the middle of the night. So that's why you have a comfort kit in the house.
And you were asked a lot of questions about giving morphine on the hour, every hour, or any other narcotic or opioid medications. Was there any medications that were prescribed by Dr. Shiver that were written in any such manner, or were they written in a manner that they were to be given PRN?
Objective from the question, it's an improper compound question.
You can answer.
So the medication, the orders were that to give flexibility to the patient, their family, and the nurses to give them as needed, as required by the situation and the illness of the patient.
Okay, also known as PRN, right?
Exactly.
Do you believe based on, oh, go ahead.
Fentanyl patch was not PRN. That's then continued after the PRN medications were not sufficient.
Right, thank you for that clarification. Do you believe, based upon your review of the deposition testimony of all the Homestead Hospice nurses and the family members, that the individuals involved in Shirley Couch's care were appropriately trained regarding the administrations of medication?
Yes, the people who were administering it, the two daughters were appropriately trained.
Okay. I think you were asked a question about whether or not Ms. Couch was prescribed morphine in May, or if she was given morphine in May of 2017. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
Do you recall seeing in the record that she was given morphine back on May 13th of 2017 in the Athens Regional Medical Center records in your review?
Yes, I mentioned that
Okay.
before.
Okay, I just wanted to get that point on. All right, thank you so much for your, actually, let me ask you this. Do you believe that Shirley Couch was an appropriate hospice candidate?
When I look at the paperwork at that point in time, yes. Looking at the referral, the clinical course before, and the patient's wishes, yes. In Monday morning quarterbacking is now different, you know, but at that moment it was an alternative and an option, and it's an option which the patient and the doctor need and the family need to decide if they want to go the hospice route or not.
Right, and it was reasonable based upon what the physicians knew at the time, correct?
Yes, and most likely that would have been one of those patients which after a couple of months would have been discharged from hospice. Looking
Understood. Thank you.
now, from now, you know, since he's living 5 years later, but at that moment she would not have qualified after a while, but at that moment she was appropriate.
Right, and that appropriateness was first determined by her primary care physician, Dr. Park, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's all I have for you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I have a couple of follow-up questions. I'd like to have a couple of questions for you, Dr. Habermann. Do you need
Okay.
a break or anything?
No, I'm fine. If I can take a zip.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Are you able to see my screen, Dr. Habermann?
Yes, I need to make it bigger. Yes, I see it.
This is the urinalysis that was completed on Ms. Couch when she went to the hospital on June 26, 2017. Do you see that record?
Yes, and it's indicative of urinary tract infection at that moment.
Okay.
This 97 WBCs in the urine.
With 97. How many WBC should be in the urine?
0 to 5.
And then it was recollected on June 29th, and it was
Yes.
down to 15, right?
Yeah.
So what does that indicate?
That the antibiotic treatment they gave in the hospital helped.
Okay, and just to make sure that they had an accurate lab test, they conducted a urine culture, correct?
Yes.
This is going to be defense exhibit number 1. And in the culture, they grew out an organism called Enterococcus. Is that true?
Yes.
And how much Enterococcus should be in a urine specimen?
0.
0. How much did Ms. Couch have in her urine specimen?
50 to 100,000 colonies per milliliter, and that was a repeat urine. And the problem with that bug is this had a lot of resistances.
Mhm. And so if Dr. Gina Singh said that she didn't have a urinary tract infection, Dr. Singh would be wrong, correct?
Yeah, it's complicated. So you can have also colonization, but she had symptoms. She had mental status changes. I think she had symptoms. I think she had a UTI just because she had three different pathogens initially in the urine. Sometimes people think it's colonization, but that's not all times the case. And since it's now after the treatment repeated, it's now this VIE. And so next time she needs to go to the hospital, she's on isolation, at least in my hospital, because this is a difficult pathogen which will lead to nosocomial infections. And she was in April in the hospital with a complicated UTI with at that time Pseudomonas, and was in rehab afterwards and got the treatment. And in the beginning on hospice, they gave her also another week of the antibiotic. Unfortunately, this Enterococcus is resistant to the Cipro and Levaquin.
Mm-hmm. And do you treat patients with UTI, elderly patients with UTI in your practice?
Every day.
And is this something that the nurses would have been responsible because she had a UTI?
No.
And how do patients, go ahead.
Yeah, no, patients, it depends. They can get abdominal pain, abdominal symptom. They can get listless. They can get delirious, confused, get hallucinations, can get fever, sometimes a burning pain, or don't eat and drink. So different things in acute mental status change. Confusion, tiredness.
Okay. So if a doctor maybe saw a person with a UTI who was altered and confused and delirious, she might make an honest mistake as to whether this person was in a drug-induced coma based on poor history that was provided by uninformed family members. True.
Just form the question. It's an improper leading question.
Speculative.
You can answer.
Yes, when I look in the records from the hospital, the doctor was also thinking there were 3 fentanyl patches on the patient, and EMS put it in. They didn't take it off. It was the son who said that. But when I read the coroner's report, she said there was only 1 patch out of the box. So 4 were still there. So she could not have gotten 3 fentanyl patches. So it was all a little bit out of proportion, probably out of worry, and who knows what they put on it or not. But I think everybody of the family was clearly worried about mom or grandma, and I understand that.
Mhm.
In
Okay.
Germany, saying you can have lice and flea at the same time, two not nice things. And she was on narcotics, and she had also an infection dehydration, and that just made it combination worse.
Mhm. Okay. And as a few moments ago, you testified that she was in fact on narcotics prior to her hospitalization, even though counsel for plaintiff earlier incorrectly stated the evidence in the record and said that she didn't. Is that true?
Yes, I know got narcotics in the hospital, and then I know that she filled the prescription. What she actually was taking or not, I do not know. No, I mean, no, I would know that.
And according to what's been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit 2, Shirley Couch was getting morphine and diazepam as recent as 5/13/17 before she was admitted to hospice. True?
Yeah, that was given to her because of her severe pain when she came to the hospital, where they also diagnosed her with pneumonia at that moment and gave her a gram of Rocephin IV and then continued with azithromycin.
Okay. Earlier, counsel for plaintiff spent about an hour and a half or so talking to you about Dr. Shiver and his board certifications and his credentials and things of that nature. A quick question, does the standard of care require that Dr. James Michael Shiver have any board certifications to be a medical director and serve as a medical director at Homestead Hospice?
No, nor to practice as a family practice doctor in clinic with 3,000 patients.
Okay. And based on your review of all the records that you referenced earlier today, did Nurse Tracy Sorrow meet the standard of care in this case and treated in the care and treatment of Shirley Couch?
Yes.
Did Mary Christine Pippins meet the standard of care in the care and treatment of Shirley Couch?
Yes.
Did Nurse Mary Teresa Allen meet the standard of care in the care and treatment of Shirley Couch?
Yes.
Did Nurse Christy Fowler meet the standard of care in the care and treatment of Shirley Couch?
What I've seen from the records, yes.
Did Rachel McKnight meet the standard of care in the care and treatment of Shirley Couch?
Yes.
Did Nurse Ashley Mercer meet the standard of care in the care and treatment of Shirley Couch?
Yes.
And did you find any fault with Myron Paulk in connection with Shirley Couch's care?
No.
And as the administrator, did he meet the standard of care in connection with the care and treatment of Shirley Couch?
As the executive director, yes.
Did you find any fault with any of the hospice, the Homestead Hospice entities? And when I say the Homestead Hospice entities, I'm referring to Creative Hospice Care, Inc., Homestead Hospice Management, LLC, Creative Hospice Holding, or Homestead Palliative Care, Inc.
I think the hospice care was appropriate.
Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Dr. Habermann.
I have just a few questions too. Doctor, my name is Taylor Revenue and I represent Carol Renee Bonner in this matter. Just a few quick questions to follow up. Do you have any evidence that Ms. Bonner was malicious in how she administered the medications that were prescribed to Ms. Couch?
Not from the hospice record or the hospital record. And I don't know about the trial, what came out there, so that's a different story. But
Okay.
from I've seen is, and even how she wrote everything down, it looked to me like a concerned, loving daughter who wanted to keep mom comfortable. And she declined pretty fast after her sister had left, and she took over the care, and she gave the medications how she thought was appropriate to do, or how she was, yeah.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Doctor, does a UTI mean imminent death?
It can, but not normally not.
Right.
But get sepsis due to UTI, and people die of a UTI. Pneumonia is normally more dangerous than the UTI, but you can die of both. But
You said you treat UTIs every day, right? Every day.
not every day, but a lot. I have patients with. It's a common thing in clinic as well as in the nursing homes and in the hospital to have UTI patients there. But there was probably time I treated every day. Right now, no longer. I don't want to do wrong things under oath, but it's a very common thing, and I have treated over my career thousands of people with UTIs.
Very common. Have you ever had a patient die of a UTI?
Yeah.
Have you, how many?
I don't know, quite a few. Actually, that's normally the way of death of my MS patients. If people have multiple sclerosis or even Superman, the actor, he died of a UTI. So UTI is not harmless.
Yeah, but she was neither a quadriplegic nor a what was the first disease process you mentioned?
Multiple sclerosis.
Nor did she suffer from multiple sclerosis. Shirley Couch, right?
But she had problems and had recurrent UTI, so the risk is higher. So she was lucky that she did not die of a UTI. It's very good. I'm very happy about that. But people can die of UTIs,
And it's important as a physician. What you do is take a constellation of signs and symptoms and you make what's called a diagnosis, right?
Yes.
And it's important to know whether your patient is suffering from a urinary tract infection or transitioning from this general malaise, you called it in the beginning, right?
Object to form.
Let me answer.
Yeah, no, I didn't say she was transitioning from general malaise. At that moment, she was in the eyes of the people sick, and since she is on hospice and death is expected, then the question is, how far do you look for potential reversible courses or not? And then you decide, do you more workup? Is it a curative approach, or do you do the comfort measures and give them more pain medicines and let them pass on? That is the decision of the patient and the family, really.
Doctor, it's important if you have a patient to make a determination about whether this patient, you diagnose the patient, right? The disease process. What is this patient? Is she suffering from a urinary tract infection, a UTI, right?
Object to form.
Yes, but if it's a hospice patient, it doesn't mean that they necessarily get antibiotics or getting treated for a pneumonia or UTI. It might be a faster way, a better way for them to move on and transition to death. So it depends on the goals of care.
Well, but that's a doctor's job, isn't it? I mean, you've got to make a determination. I mean, if you've got a patient that's transitioning and there's nothing you're going to be able to do, like the cancer patients you're talking about with intractable pain, that's not the same as treating someone with a urinary tract infection who may very well recover and live for another 5-6 years or longer, right? You don't treat
Objection
those
to
patients the same, do you?
No, that is
Same objection.
it's a decision of the patient of their goals of care. And I have patients say, I do not want an antibiotic. If that happens, I want to die. And those people I put on hospice, and other people I do everything to keep them alive and be very aggressive with diagnostic workup and treatments. And when you move into hospice, it's a different approach than if you're not on hospice.
Nowhere in the medical record does it say that Shirley Couch did not want an antibiotic, does it?
Objection to form calls for
The
speculation.
answer.
No, actually, they gave her an antibiotic. Hospice gave her an antibiotic from the 7th of June on.
That's right. And that's to treat an infection, like a
Yeah.
urinary tract infection. Right?
Exactly.
Right. And just because somebody's suffering from a UTI, urinary tract infection, doesn't mean they're transitioning, that there's
Objection.
inevitable death. Let me, don't interrupt me. Let me finish answering the question, then you can make your objection. Do you understand my
Don't be
question?
rude. Don't be rude. I thought you were done. You stopped talking. Just say please.
You've interrupted me all day.
Sorry, now I'm a little confused. So the question was that just because somebody has a UTI doesn't mean you don't treat them, or what?
Could you read back my question, please, Madam Court Reporter?
Just because you're suffering from a urinary tract infection doesn't mean that they're transitioning.
No,
Right.
it doesn't mean that. It can mean it, but it doesn't have to mean it. Exactly.
That's right. And you treat, if you've got a patient that you're treating a urinary tract infection, an underlying disease process with an antibiotic to make the patient well, you don't also ply her with CNS depressants. Right? Do you?
Object to form.
Objection. Join.
The
Join.
treatment of the UTI was earlier. That was already finished. That was for approximately from the 7th to the 14th. So there were, and then around the 22nd, she gets clinically worse, and the family gives her more pain medication. And then when the nurses come in, it looks as if she is transitioning.
She gives, right, well, the family gives her more pain medications prescribed by Dr. Shiver, right?
Yes.
Objection to form.
And it's also important that a physician and those nurses be able to tell the difference between somebody that's transitioning or dying and that somebody that's overdosed by the drugs that she's being given, right?
Objection to form.
You may
That is
answer.
that is sometimes very difficult to discern, particularly if somebody had a stroke before and you're thinking they had now maybe a new stroke or something. You know, it's just it's very difficult. That's what I'm saying. You can easily misinterpret things.
Right,
Or
and
it-
that's what happened here.
Object to
Objection to
form.
form.
May answer. That was misinterpreted.
Object to form.
Object to
Join.
form.
You may answer.
I don't know if it was for the nurse when they come in, it looks as if she's transitioning because she got a lot of medications.
But she wasn't transitioning, was she? She's still alive 6 years later.
Yeah.
Objection to form.
Object to form.
So that was a misunderstanding. What did
Yes.
you-
Object to form.
Maybe the going to the hospital, getting IV fluids, getting antibiotics, being off the medication stabilized her again. So I would not say that. I mean, Dr. Singh clearly did a good job with saving her life and everything.
That's right.
You know, question about that.
But the nurses, up until Dr. Singh saved her life, they were going to ply her with drugs until she was dead.
Object to form.
That's what
Objection.
transitioning
Argumentative.
is, to death.
Argumentative, harassive, objection.
You may answer.
Ridiculous question.
They were giving her medications appropriate to the hospice philosophy, that they were under the impression the patient is dying. And so
They
we
were
want
under the misimpression that she was dying.
Objection to form.
Object to form.
that was the
Join.
You may answer. What?
That- impression. And if they wouldn't have told the family to come in and look at her and say goodbye and everything, and nobody would have stopped anything, she would not be here, you know.
Right. Well, who stopped it? I mean, the family stopped it. Dr. Shiver, the nurses didn't stop it. They wanted to keep giving her the drugs, right?
Objection,
Object to
argumentative,
form.
harassive.
Answer.
So the nurses were thinking that she was in the dying process,
Right.
and
And they
she
were wrong.
they wanted to
Objection to form.
appropriately, and if somebody did something malicious, they couldn't know that.
Was there, did I use the word malicious? No,
Before,
no,
when-
I didn't use,
maybe I paraphrased it. If somebody wants to murder somebody, attempts murder, for me, that is extremely malicious and evil. I don't know if that happens, but the court found that. So how should the hospice nurses know that? Or the doctor?
nurses need to be able to distinguish is whether someone's dying or whether she's being overdosed by the drugs they're giving her. Don't you agree?
Objection to form.
No,
Don't
it
you
looks,
agree?
it looks,
Objection to form.
at that moment, it looks the same. The symptoms can be exactly the same.
Well, but that's your job. You take the signs and symptoms that you find and you make a diagnosis, right?
Yes, and the nurses actually cannot
The
diagnose.
diagnosis or the nurses,
I think the witness was still speaking.
So the nurses are not allowed to diagnose by license
no,
and
they
law.
make a nursing assessment, right?
They do a nursing assessment, and for them, it looks that the patient is dying, which is clearly, when you get the symptoms, she needs more and more narcotics, she needs more and more benzos, she needs Haldol, she needs all that.
Objection, move to strike is non-responsive.
No,
They
I'm
made a
just,
nursing assessment that she was transitioning, right?
yes, because she had all the
She
symptoms.
wasn't transitioning, was she?
Objection to form calls for
You may answer.
speculation.
That is speculation. For them, it looked as if she was transitioning.
But she wasn't. She's still
Objection
alive.
to form. Objection to form. Same objection.
She's still alive because she went to the hospital and got different treatments.
Right. And whose decision was it to leave hospice and go to the hospital?
Objection calls for speculation.
The family.
That's right. That's all I have.
Thank you, Dr. Habermann. Madam Court Reporter, we're going to reserve signature, and I'd like an expedited E-tran, please.
My accent might be a little difficult sometimes.
It wasn't difficult.
Still by the 30th,
I'm the difficult one. Remember what?
Ms. Leray, still by the 30th.
Yes, please.
Mr. Potts, do you want me to transcribe it, and when did you need it?
Regular time, electronic only, whatever our standing order is, please.
Okay.
All right.
Did- Ms. Barnes, Ms. Revenue, did you need a copy?
Yes, I'll take a regular E-tran with the exhibits. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes.
Yes, I'll do an E-tran only with exhibits, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have the exhibits. Can I sign off now, or do I need to?
I want
You
to
can
wish
sign-
you all a Thanksgiving.
What?
Wish you all a happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving to you too.
Thank you, Dr. Habermann.
Thank you, doctor.
Be safe.
Madam Court Reporter, you can disconnect Dr. Habermann. I'll call you a little later.
Bye-bye.